business applies to get this permit and they falsify or, fraudulently fill out their application and intentionally lie to the city about what they have, then if and when the city discovers that, regardless of when it's discovered, the application would be deemed the application or the permit, whether the permit's been issued or the application is still pending, would be deemed null and void, effective as of the date of application submission, and the business would not have an opportunity to reapply. And the amortization period for the legal nonconforming use to be terminated or made conforming would run whenever the business does not have this director approved permit in hand, with the caveat that they have their 60 days to apply. So it wouldn't run on them while they're within their application deadline. But if they miss their application deadline, and if they haven't submitted a completed application to the director within the 60 days, then at that point, the amortization period would start running on them. So the staff recommendation is to adopt the resolution, the proposed resolution that's before you, which you see the title there. There are two comments I'd like to make in terms of additional changes we'd like to make to the proposed ordinance. If the commission sees fit to, if the commission agrees with staff, we'd like to have these considered in the staff recommendation. And one is, let me check my notes real quick here. One is that with respect to businesses that would be made subject to a conditional use permit for having CalARP regulated substances below threshold quantity, so CalARP listed substances, I should say, below threshold quantity, or hazardous materials under the other elements of the unified program, if they have those and are subject to a CUP under our proposed ordinance, we would also want to clarify in our proposed ordinance that any CUP issued to that sort of use, in addition to the regular conditions that may be imposed under our normal conditional use permit section of our code, which is 9172.21, we would also want to include a required condition for any such, in connection with any such permit, that says that those businesses must adhere to annual city inspections, similar to what I described for the director approved permit process. And those would be for the purpose of confirming compliance with the municipal code and identifying and reporting any suspected unified program violations to the CUPA. And so we could easily make that change in the proposed ordinance following the commission's approval and prior to the time it goes to city council. It would simply consist of asterisks next to the conditionally permitted use designations in the table in the proposed ordinance, and then a corresponding paragraph that corresponds to that asterisk that lays out the required condition of approval that would apply to all such uses and all such issuances of a conditional use permit. And then the other note that we would like to, of a recommended change we would like to make, if the commission's willing to provide approval on this point, is that we have in the section that adds to the non-conforming use regulations, so this is toward the end of the ordinance, we added the section 9182.46. And in that section, it talks about that the lawfully established existing uses shall submit an application to the director on a director approved form that contains those required disclosures and the agreement to submit to those required inspections. We would like to just add another clause there that says, in submitting the application on the director approved form, they would also need to accompany the application with the required fee, which would be a fee for processing the application for issuing the director approval, as well as annual payments following that as needed to fund the city inspections, and that fee would be established by resolution of the city council. So as a funding mechanism, we recommend that change be made to the proposed ordinance. So with those two modifications, we recommend adoption of the resolution, which then would recommend the proposed ordinance to the city council. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Assistant City Attorney Jones. I would like to go straight to public hearing so that we can get that out of the way and then we can move straight into our deliberation process, if that is okay with everyone. Does that sound okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay with me.
All right. Hearing no objection, I'd like to open the public hearing. And Lucille, I'd like to check to see if we had any writings or notices relating to this item for public hearing.
We do not, Chair Thomas.
We do not. And do we have any speakers on this item?
No, not currently.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Based on the following, I am now going to close the public hearing. And I am now going to briefly tell you that I'm ecstatic with the work of Assistant City Attorney Jones on this process. We went through a rather contentious conversation a couple of weeks ago outlining, permitted uses, new uses, et cetera. And more importantly, we were interested in addressing the fact that there was a higher desire by the citizens of Carson for inspection of properties that are handling hazardous waste or hazardous materials within our city beyond what Coupa is currently doing. And ultimately, this provides an excellent mechanism for us to, one, know for the existing uses in our city, what is there, and provides us a mechanism to engage in at least annual inspections. And as highlighted just now, there's even a funding mechanism whereby the charges to the actual companies might be the means by which we could fund the person that would be doing these inspections. And so with all that being said, I just wanted to applaud you on taking our direction, and I feel like this is pretty faithful to what we discussed previously. I know that there was not a whole lot of direction provided to you about the director approval process, but I find the 3 strikes and you're out and the fraudulent aspects and the ability to move out of a non-conforming use by virtue of just filling out one of these forms, which then opens you up to inspections and continued compliance, the right direction of where we're trying to go. So I'm sorry for bloviating, but I just wanted to thank you. And I wanted to see if there were any other questions or concerns by any of our planning commissioners. If not, then I'll see if anyone's interested in offering a resolution.
I'd just like to make a comment, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Thomas.
So I want to echo your sentiment. As I was reading through the material, I was very, very excited. And I was making my own notes, and in the sidelines and in the margins, I was writing yes with an exclamation mark. I think you did an excellent job in capturing all of the discussion that took place in the last meeting. I like the way it's laid out. I am also excited about 9182.46 with the additional fee that will come with that for the processing of that. So I just think it's an excellent job. I think you captured everything. And I'd also like to say, as I was reading through, it allows us the opportunity to know what's in these businesses that are being stored that we may or may not know, whether they're toxic or not toxic, whether the community is being subjected to hazardous materials or not. I think this is going to really solidify the city in knowing what's happening in the city. The only question that I have, because there was a portion, and I did see the added material that was sent out today relative to Coupa. And so at one point in reading through the material, I know that you reached out to them to see if they would be willing to work with the inspector once we find an inspector Have you had any success with that since this report?
We have had success. I and myself and Director Nase have had success with establishing contacts at the Coupa and obtaining certain information from them. Of course, the more information you get, the more questions you have, and it's not always, perfectly clear, but they have been helpful with, trying to get us information recently so we can help understand, everything that we're working through here. And they have previously stated that, they would accept, they always accept reports and service requests and things of that nature. And so our hope is that the contacts that Director Nase and I have developed, we could pass on to a city consultant or employee who is hired for this specific purpose, and that person could then build on those contacts and keep building a better relationship with the Coupa. And I think the Coupa by this point is aware of how important these issues are to the city of Carson. And they're aware that we want this information and we care and we're willing to sift through it and try to understand it. And that we want to help out and make sure that the businesses in the city that are subject to their jurisdiction are fully overseen, and, that there's no lapses or no lags in the enforcement and the administration and the oversight that goes on with respect to the state hazardous materials regulations for Carson businesses. And so they know we take a serious interest in that now. And I think that, that there is a benefit to having those contacts and for them being aware of that we do want this information. I think they will be willing to provide us this information. It's public information for the most part anyway. But with respect to information going the other way, I think I'm getting more and more confident that, if we bring in a city employee or inspector, that we will be able to contribute to the information that they have or help them out with reports and things that may be of concern that they could then follow up on. So I think there are good people over there. I think they want to help, they want to do the right thing. And I think there's ways that we can help them do their jobs better.
Thank you for that. Noticing on the report that was also sent out, and it was showing several of the companies that are listed on their spreadsheet, and it identified areas where there were some violations doing the inspections. And I'm not savvy enough to know what those codes meant, but violation is violation. And I know that they're doing the inspection, and I was also excited to see that we're looking to approve once a year inspection. I would just, in my mind, I would just hope that the inspection is not done exactly the same time each year. I think surprise inspections are needed to make sure that everyone is being kept honest. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you so much. I really like what you did with this. It looks good. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Diaz?
Yes, let me lower that down. Yes. First of all, in conjunction with our city attorney's office, kudos to Alvy, planning manager, and his staff for, again, capturing what the planning commission had been discussing the last couple of meetings, and streamlining, the charts to make it easy visually for us, so that we can address our concerns and issues. I think staff was on point on this project or item, because I think, not that I feel that anything falls on deaf ears, but this was such an important item for the residents' safety, the concern. So I'm very proud of the work and the collaboration and the participation that my fellow commissioners put into this. And I'm also pleased with the end results in the resolution that's before us that we'll be voting on. So, and to our chairman, thanks for elaborating and keeping us focused on this item through your guidance and leadership. I think it helps also move it along much easier. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
From Jimmy Monteclaro here.
Commissioner Monteclaro.
To Mr. Jones. I have a question because in in our proposed amendment CPA, we distinguish between new businesses and the existing lawfully businesses with respect to their ability to manufacture or store regulated substances. With respect to the new businesses, we prohibit those substances. And what I understand is we prohibit that because these regulated substances will affect adversely the public health, safety, and welfare of the Carson community and even neighboring cities if there is an accidental release of these regulated substances. Now, we, however, believe that we have to take care of our businesses in Carson, existing lawfully agencies, businesses. Even though they have these regulated substances, which also are dangerous to the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. So I just want to know, or be clarified, what is basis for that distinction. What I can see is that we want to save the lawfully existing Carson businesses from ceasing operating in Carson if we insist on prohibiting these substances with respect to them. But my concern is whether you are a new business or you are an existing lawfully established business in Carson. As far as the possession or ability to manufacture and store regulated substances, both of you, the new businesses and the existing businesses, possess substances that are potentially dangerous and devastating to the community in Carson if there is an accidental release of the substances. So I cannot understand the distinction of the new businesses from the establishing.
Okay. Commissioner Montecaro, thank you for the question. I think I understand the question. You're inquiring about the distinction between why are we treating new businesses differently than lawfully established existing businesses. And the reason for that is because of the non-conforming use doctrine and the general default law about when a city changes its land use regulations, it can change those moving forward, but it can't just necessarily change them and apply them retroactively to everything that happened in the past. Existing businesses that have been operating legally, that were established legally and are operating legally, have certain rights, to where they, even if a subsequently enacted land use regulation makes them out of compliance, they can't necessarily always be required to terminate their use immediately because of considerations about their ability to recoup their investment-backed expectations in their business, things of that nature. So for that reason, the Carson Municipal Code is set up to where it has these non-conforming use regulations that basically say, if there is an existing business lawfully established that is rendered non-conforming by a subsequent zoning ordinance amendment, it sets up a scheme that basically determines how long that business can continue to operate before it has to the use either has to be terminated or made conforming. And the idea is to allow the business sufficient time to recoup its investment, to amortize out its investment before it has to cease that use. So the non-conforming use regulations of the municipal code, depending on the intensity of the use and how much money was invested in the use that's rendered non-conforming, gives them their various ways of calculating the time period that they will have to make their use conforming or to terminate it. Only if there was basically would be no financial expectation or financial impact, investment-based impact lost by making the use conforming, is it required to do so immediately. So the default is that when we're changing our land use regulations, existing lawfully established businesses are going to be able to continue their use, but only for a specified period of time, as determined by application of the city's non-conforming use regulations. So all we're doing with the proposed ordinance, and that's the reason for the different treatment in the proposed ordinance, but the ordinance as originally recommended by the commission would have made no change to the city's non-conforming use regulations. So the effect would have been just that all the lawfully established existing businesses would just be subject to the city's default non-conforming use regulations, and there would be a time that we would have to figure out for each business, because it's different for everyone, how long they would have to terminate or make their use conforming. And so by the change in the non-conforming use regulations that we're including in the proposed ordinance, it would allow them to get this director approved permit that would kind of freeze their time period for having to terminate the use. And so long as they have the director approved permit in place, that period doesn't tick down on them and they can continue to operate. And again, this is only for lawfully established existing businesses. And what that means is businesses that were permitted by the city to engage in the use that they're engaging in when they formed in the city. So when they moved into the city, they got a conditional use permit or whatever other permit or entitlement was required by the city at the time to engage in the use that they're engaging in. And so that's what we mean when we say lawfully established existing business. So for instance, Inland Star, not to pick on anyone, but they wouldn't be considered a lawfully established existing business because they moved into the city without a conditional use permit when they were required to have one. And so as a result, they're not considered a lawfully established existing business. They would be considered like a new business that would be coming in. And but a business like whose operation depends on using these regulated substances and who got a permit under the required provisions of the city's zoning ordinance to engage in that use when they came in, would be treated, the default is they'd be grandfathered in and they'd have a period of time before they have to terminate or be made conforming. And under the proposed ordinance, we would say that period of time can be frozen by them having this director approved permit. And the trade-off is that they are now making the disclosures to the city that we want to understand what they have and that they're submitting to these additional required inspections.
So do I get it right that through a conditional use permit, we can make these regulated substances less dangerous or to the community?
So I'm not sure I understood the question.
We allow the lawfully existing businesses to continue, so long as they comply with the conditions under a conditional use permit that will be issued to them. Right?
Yes, lawfully established existing businesses that would be made non-conforming by the proposed ordinance would be able to continue to operate without being subject to a period of time to have to terminate or be made conforming, so long as they have this director approved permit in place.
Now, our aim is for them to continue using the regulated substances in a safe way.
Yes, yeah. So that the purpose of that is to, to make sure that they're using their regulated substances as has been previously approved, that they're doing that in a safe way, and that they're, being fully regulated by the CUPA, which is the entity that's responsible for hazardous materials regulations, and that the city is helping out in that regard and making sure that that's happening.
Now, if that's the case, why would we not allow new businesses to come in with these regulated substances, so long as they can make the use of these substances in a safe way? In other words, we can also issue them a CUP, a conditional use permit.
So we do have an element of that in the proposed ordinance. So under the proposed ordinance is new businesses that aren't currently in the city but that want to come into the city would only be prohibited insofar as they are seeking to have CalARP regulated substances, which are the most dangerous substances, above threshold quantity. So I like to think of it as like a food pyramid. So the top block of the pyramid, it being the most dangerous or the most degree of risk from an accidental release. The top of that pyramid is CalARP regulated substances above threshold quantity. Those uses, for new uses coming into the city, they wouldn't be allowed, because ultimately we want to reduce the amount of dangerous materials that are in the city. So why allow new businesses to come in that have materials that could potentially be dangerous to the public if, we can impose that prohibition without, prejudicing or causing any hardship to any existing business, because they're not here yet. So it doesn't affect them. If they want to come in, they can't come in, but they can continue to do their business wherever they are. The second level of that pyramid is then businesses that have CalARP substances but below the threshold quantity, or that have these other hazardous materials under these other elements of the unified program, and so that are not, they're not as dangerous, if you will, as the CalARP above threshold quantity. So that second block of the pyramid, new uses involving that would be permitted to come in subject to issuance of a conditional use permit, which would have an additional added condition of approval that would be imposed on all of them, that would say you have to submit to these annual city inspections, in addition to any inspections that would be required and be done by the CUPA under state hazardous materials regulations. So, I don't want to rehash everything that we discussed last time. I know you were not here last time. Hopefully you reviewed all the materials and, feel that you have, reviewed everything enough to make a vote if you're going to vote on this. But I don't want to, and I want to answer all your questions, but I also don't want to, kind of rehash everything that we covered during the last meeting.
But from what I get from your explanations from the pyramids, so the first block, okay, we prohibit that from new businesses. Now the first block, we exempt the lawfully existing businesses from that first block. Now, what I don't understand is what is the difference of the new businesses coming in with the most dangerous regulated substances, which is prohibited, and the difference of that, and to the prohibited regulated substances that are being used now by the lawfully existing businesses. Both of them are potentially dangerous to the community, whether the user is a new business or whether it is the existing business.
So the difference is twofold. One is that in the case of the existing business, since they're a lawfully established existing business, they've received the necessary approvals already to engage in the business that they do to date. And have proven to some degree, at least, that they're a responsible operator. And by these regulations, we're going to, even increase that assurance that we would be able to have for ourselves and for the Coupa, as far as making sure that they're operating responsibly. And then the other part, as far as the difference between that and a new use, is that these existing uses, in many cases, have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in developing their property and building the infrastructure necessary to engage in that use. So that's the reason for the non-conforming regulations and the grandfathering concept in general, is that you can't then change your regulations the next day and say, although we said it was okay for you to come in yesterday and you came in and you spent $500 million to develop your property and you started engaging in the use legally, then the next day we change it on you and say that you can't be in here anymore. And not only that, you have to leave immediately. That's what we basically can't do. And so that's why our legal non-conforming use regulations give a period of time before they would have to leave. And so what we're doing is modifying those and saying that that period of time would be told while they have this director approved permit in place.
So we have a goal or a deadline or some timeline where these lawfully existing businesses will totally not using these regulated substances. Do we have a deadline for that, or we can indefinitely continue granting conditional use permit?
Do we have I didn't understand. Was there a question?
Yeah. Do we set a time period?
Yes, we set a time under our default legal non-conforming use regulations that is the time period within which a use that's rendered prohibited, non-conforming by a subsequent land use regulation, has to be terminated or made non-conforming. It's different for every business. It's a complicated formula, but say that period of time is calculated as 5 years for a given use. They've normally have 5 years to terminate or make their use conforming. So under this proposed ordinance, that period of time would run when they don't have their director approved permit in place, but when they have it, it would freeze that time period. If it ever lapses, that time period would start running again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm just checking to see any other hands were raised. Seeing none, I'd like to see if anyone's willing to make a motion.
Sure, I will. So I will make the motion and I will ask our Assistant Attorney Ben Jones to make sure that we add the 2 notes that he gave us that are added to the motion. But I move that we accept the staff's recommendation, which is to adopt a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Carson recommending that the City Council adopt ordinance, and the number will be provided, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, amending section 9141.1, uses permitted, of Division 1, uses permitted, of Part 4, industrial zones, of Chapter 1, zoning, of Article 9, planning and zoning, of the Carson Municipal Code regarding permitted uses in the industrial, manufacturing heavy, and manufacturing light zones, for regulated and non-regulated substances and hazardous materials, and adding section 9182.46, nonconformity for use or storage of regulated substances and hazardous materials to Division 2, nonconformities of Part A, implementing provisions of Chapter 1, zoning, of Article 9, planning and zoning, regarding nonconformities for use of regulated substances, zone text amendment number 187-2021.
Well, that was a mouthful.
Yes, it
So,
was. And there's more to come. Attorney
and-
Jones will add the last two.
And thank you
As
for.
I understand,
Oh, yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Chair Thomas.
I was just going to say, as I understand it, as further amended by Assistant City Attorney Jones. I do have two hands up. I won't guess. Commissioner Diaz.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would second the recommendation to the Planning Commission as was read by our Commissioner Thomas. And again, also to add to staff's recommendation, those modifications, items 1 and 2 that were read off by Assistant City Attorney Jones. And I'm in concurrence with that. I'd like to call for the vote.
Okay, but before you do, I have another hand up, and I want to thank you for not repeating the entire motion because that was quite a mouthful. Commissioner Huff.
I was only going to go ahead and second that motion, but I believe Commissioner Diaz did a wonderful job. So I'm in accordance with it. Go ahead.
Well, we'll take a third. So it has been first, seconded, and thirded, at which point we can now move to Commissioner Diaz's request to call the question, and let's move to a roll call vote.
Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner Guerra,
Yes.
Commissioner Huff,
Yes.
Commissioner Monteclaro,
Abstain.
Commissioner Diane Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Rashad,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Sue,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you, everyone. We are now going to move to item 7A, which is our zone text amendment number 188-2021. The applicant is the city of Carson. The property involved is citywide, and it is a request to consider text changes and provide recommendations to the city council. At this point, I will turn it over to, I'm sorry, I believe Planning Manager Benencourt, or no? Who am I turning this over to for a report?
That would be.
Planner Stephanie Edmondson.
I'm sorry.
Good evening, Chair Thomas and Commissioners. The item before you is Zone Text Amendment 188-2021, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen for the presentation,
Thank you.
I think. That's not it. Bear with me, I just had it. All right, from the beginning. All right, we all see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so zone text amendment is essentially housekeeping. This is going through the code and updating sections that have been out of date for a long time and to facilitate. So I'm going to start here. So the city is undergoing the general plan update and will follow with the comprehensive zoning code update within the next year. In the interim, we have this zoning amendment to make it easier and less expensive for residents to modify their homes and establish minimum standards to protect single-family neighborhoods. And it's going to save time and money, and there will be less items to update in the comprehensive zoning code update. There's a number of code sections that we're looking at. There's just small pieces in each one, but the use is permitted in residential zones, site development standards, ground coverage, side yards, usable open space, encroachments in required yards and open spaces, fences, walls and hedges, walls, site plan review and design, and definitions. We'll go through each one and just capture what we're doing, the little minor changes we're doing in each one. So in section 9121, this is a residential uses, and this talks about single family home development. On a parcel of 50 feet or wider, it's a by right approval. On a parcel of 50 feet or less, the single family home requires a site plan review and design review and has to come before the Planning Commission. We're proposing the zone text amendment to eliminate that requirement to reduce the time and expense in processing an application for a single family residence. Section 912611, site development standards. We commonly get the question of what size structure can I build, can be built on my parcel? And the current practice involves using a series of development standards such as setbacks, open space, allowable yard encroachments to determine the development envelope. With no minimum, no maximum in the code, it makes it difficult to have a predictable development pattern, which is a goal of the general plan. Structure size is not defined in the zoning code. So we're adding a definition of floor area, we're amending the definition of floor area to define the methodology for calculating FAR. And this is to overall have a predictable development pattern, and it's modernizing the code to avoid having unwanted consequences of non-uniformities in neighborhoods where you get a house that's too big in relation to other homes. Section 912621 ground coverage. It's only applicable to residential multi-dwelling zones, and we're requesting to apply the development standard to all residential zones. And the term ground cover is outdated. The present term for this development standard is lot coverage. Ground cover was not previously defined in the zoning code, so we're adding a definition of lot coverage since we're outdating ground coverage and referring to lot coverage. And this is a portion of the lot which is covered by all the buildings or structures and then divided by the size of the lot. And it's expressed as a decimal point. So again, we've got floor area ratio and lot coverage, and we're going to be using these standards that to determine what's allowable on the parcel. Side yard, 9126.24. Side yard is the minimum side yard setback from the property line to the proposed structure. And on a 50-foot lot, this is typically 5 feet on each side. And occasionally we get residents submitting applications for addition where they have a 3-foot setback, and now we're requesting them to do a 5-yard setback. And so you get this L-shaped jog that's created, resulting in this strange design and unusable space, and there's really no remedy for this situation currently. So what we're asking is to allow the non-conforming setback to be maintained, subject to the approval of the community development director and the building official, provided that no setback be less than 3 feet in width, which is the fire code requirements to get around the structure. So the building official will make sure that it's safe, but we don't have to do that jog that creates, you've seen these houses where they have this jog in, and it creates an awkward space. Section 9126.28, usable open space is for single family developments. Currently, there's a number associated for each bedroom. And this is problematic because lot coverage and structure size are regulated by a percentage of the lot area. So we are asking to clarify the development standard and provide a standard of 15% per lot area, which is about equivalent to what it is now, but it's just for the sake of percentages, calling it out a percentage. Again, these are housekeeping items to try to clarify and standardize the development process. Section 9126.29, encroachments permitted into required yards and open spaces. This refers to extending additions or things of that nature into a required yard. And for example, the rear yard encroachment section states that 50% of the building, like an addition, can encroach 50% into the rear yard. And this, again, this conflicts with our floor area ratio and space development standards. So we're asking to remove that conflict. Fences, walls, and hedges, development standards are listed in multiple sections, but they're not the same. In an effort to provide consistency in both sections, the underlying text is requested to be added. So this is exactly what's in the other code. We're just asking to place it in this section so that there's a consistency throughout the code. Section 9163.1 is walls. And again, unfortunately, development standards for fences and walls are found in various sections throughout the code. In an attempt to centrally locate the development standards for fences and walls, we're asking to add this section into the development standards, where we say fences and walls along scenic and major secondary highways shall have the following minimum development standards. Fencing material shall consist of decorative masonry walls. As such, these are the requirements in the code anyways. We're just putting them in a standardized location so that we don't have to look through the code, and it's a more centralized location. It's going to be easier for people to understand what's permitted and what's not. Site plan review and design review. Per this section, the community development director has the authority to approve any development plan having an estimated valuation of less than $50,000. Conversely, any development plan valued in excess of $50,000 requires planning commission review and approval. This valuation goes back to the ordinance in 1984, and then it was $25,000, and then it was updated in 1993 to $50,000. So it's been 27 years since the valuation threshold was updated. So we're seeing a lot of projects go to planning commission for small additions and things like that because they're in excess of $50,000. And what we're requesting, we asked the building official to give us what the current valuation is. And given recent construction values, it's $192.7 per square foot. That comes to roughly $200,000. So we're asking that to update that valuation to $200,000 based on the code requirements. It's been a long time since it's been addressed. This is a compliance with Government Code Section 65852.2. We're adding this language to be in compliance with the Government Code section with regard to accessory units that we're not impacting the ability to add accessory units or allow accessory units by any of these provisions. The following text is just, we're adding this language to structure size, lot coverage, and usable open space to be in compliance with the state requirements. The zone text amendment is exempt from environmental review under the general rule that CEQA only applies to projects that have the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. And staff's recommendation is to approve the resolution before you. And I'm available for any questions, as well as Alvi and the city attorney. Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing.
Thank you, Planner Edmondson. At this point, if there's no objection, I'd like to just go straight to the public hearing, open and close the public hearing before we deliberate and have any questions, unless people have some underlying questions they want to address right now.
No objections, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Diaz. And so at this point, I'd like to, and I didn't hear anyone else. So at this point, I'd like to open the public hearing. Lucille, do we have any comments, written or otherwise, as it relates to item 7A?
Oh, we do not, Chair.
Okay. And do we have any requested speakers as it relates to item 7A?
No, we do not, Chair.
Okay. So grand opening, grand closing of the public hearing. And I will now move to any questions, and I have Commissioner Diaz.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think it's pretty straightforward, bringing it up to date, up to code. I had no questions, no qualms, but I'll open it for deliberation to any of my fellow commissioners, but I don't see any issues with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Diaz. I also concur with you in that it is a modernization of our zoning code, and much of this is pretty typical in other cities. Commissioner Guerra.
Yeah, I have a question for Ms. Edmondson, if I may.
Sure.
Yeah, in regards to your the fence section 9126.3 subsection D, in regards to the chain link fencing and barbed wire, etc. does that apply also, for example, to the Southern California Edison substations?
Utilities have their own requirements as far as safety. That's something we'd have to look at on a case-by-case basis, depending on what the utility, if they have any kind of hazardous materials or what kind of security requirements they have. But certainly we can work with them to have a more aesthetically pleasing fence, and request of vegetation or something like that. We can reach out. Yes.
I asked that because these Neptune substation located on 220th between Ravenna Avenue and Neptune, it's very unsightly, and it's created a dump site for numerous individuals who drop off sofas, all type of debris, and making that neighborhood very hostile to the neighbors. So I thought I'd mention that. And they also have barbed wire, so I don't see why they're exempt. I understand safety, but I just thought I would ask, are they exempt from the city municipal code? Thank you.
Commissioner Rashad?
Yes, I had a question on the lot size, or not the lot size, actually the requirement for the floor size and the restriction of 40%, shall not exceed 40%. It seems a little restrictive to me if you have a property to only be able to use 40% of the area for your building structure. So I don't know if that's a standard somewhere, or if it's consistent with other cities in the South Bay, but it seems a little restrictive overall.
Commissioner Rashad, you mentioned this is for 9126.21.
Yes. There's actually two coverage limitations. One is for lot coverage, and then I think the ratio is the floor area ratio, right? But yeah, let's deal with the lot coverage first.
Sure. Stephanie,
Yes, the lot coverage is section 13 of the ordinance, which is on page 7. And just keep in mind that these percentages will also include any areas within their setbacks. So front yard setback, your side yard setbacks, and your rear yard setbacks are inclusive of those areas. So it's not in addition to those areas, it's inclusive of those areas.
Oh. So my main concern is that that this is more restrictive than other cities in the South Bay, that we're basically not allowing Carson residents to develop as much of their residential space as other communities nearby.
Commissioner Rashad, point 4 lot coverage, 9126.21, in my experience has been a standard for the cities that I've worked with. Stephanie, you could speak on your experience. But sorry,
I agree. We did look at a number of cities, and a number of cities have had to tackle this recently with the McMansionization going on in their communities. And so across the board, this is a common number.
But Commissioner Rashad, for discussion purposes, you read the report. I hear your concern. What is the lot coverage that, in your opinion, would be more in keeping with, what you feel other cities might be doing?
I used to work for a home builder, so in those situations, I see how in certain developers take advantage of the whole lot and basically use the whole lot for their property. And so I think that's a little bit, we shouldn't go as far as as giving them the whole lot with just like the side limitations. But I have seen in other areas where they develop a lot more of their lot area than 40%. And this seems like a limitation to that.
Well, I don't think it's much higher than 0.5. I can tell you that. And when you say you work for a developer, you have to understand that we're talking about single family homes. We're not talking about PUDs. We're not talking about projects that include specific plans. When you considered Brandywine last year, when you considered Birch, when you considered Carson Landing, we had a specific plan speak to each development. And within the specific plan, certainly there's a lot more latitude. And that may be in keeping with the experience that we've had with the development community. In this instance, we're talking about single family homes, which if one compromise might be, Stephanie, let me know if this is not in keeping with your research, but we have a 0.5 FAR and we could have a 0.5 lot coverage. That I've seen where they mirror one another in other communities. But anything beyond that, we'd have to do some more research.
So 0.5 FAR, if you had a single story structure, essentially that would be the same as a 0.5 lot coverage, right? Because now your floor area is covering the whole lot.
Correct.
Am I correct about that?
Correct.
So yeah, to me that makes sense for the one-story structure developments to have a consistency there. But even with that, it seems a little low from what I've experienced. But if you're saying that that's consistent with the South Bay area, then if that's what your research shows, then I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. I just don't want to put pressure on the Carson residents who are trying to develop their property and then have limitations where they actually may have to sell their property and buy something else because there's not enough space to develop it out. Forcing people to do things like that, I think we don't want to get into that.
Yeah, no, I totally understand and appreciate your concern. I came from a city where the FAR was limited to 0.5 and lot coverage was limited, 0.4, and lot coverage was limited to 0.4. And when this topic of discussion came up, in fact, 0.5 was an increase from the baseline that I'm familiar with. So we could certainly change that to 0.5, Steph, correct? And what we could do also, in anticipation of the same concern, is we could include the analysis of nearby cities, thereby kind of speaking to your issue and hopefully addressing it, Commissioner Rashad.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So we'll change that to 0.5, and that way lot coverage and FAR match.
One other comment I wanted to make associated with that,
yeah,
and that is that when we're looking at, the 0.5, we're not only considering what's appropriate, based upon what other cities have done, but what's appropriate based upon what's currently in these neighborhoods. Because what we're attempting to do is make sure that there's some level of conformance of new projects or new single-family homes that fit into the aesthetics of the existing neighborhoods that are there. So, if we are consistently across our city seeing numbers higher than 0.5, then that points to a reason why we should have a higher number. But I'm guessing that our numbers are probably 0.4 or lower in actuality. And so those are the things that we want to be considering. I'm fine with 0.5, but as we start to consider beyond that, we really want to think about the fact that we want to try to keep conformity, and that's the purpose of what we're doing with our zoning regulations in part.
Correct.
I see your point, and it's well taken. I just think that we don't want to limit existing Carson residents. I do think that new development, certainly we want to respect what's already in the community, but then for long-term residents who want to add on a second space to their additional lot, a single story structure, I don't think we should be restricting them from doing that.
Commissioner Rashad, this effort, in my opinion, will not create that conflict or that impediment.
Okay.
What this will do is will create an ability for a neighborhood to develop in a uniform manner, so that one person doesn't build a McMansion that overshadows the street, where massing and the rhythm and the cadence of that street is not doesn't have any outliers that really are offensive to that community. It's a way to create really define a neighborhood and how that fabric develops. Yes, you may add onto your house. Yes, you may add a second floor, but no, you may not build a tower next to a single family house. And,
Right.
and so many communities have confronted this issue. I think it all probably started in Beverly Hills with, in fact, McMansions, and then it spilled over into the city of Los Angeles, where there was no development envelope. And it's a challenge enough that you can't legislate good taste, but now you have developers who take advantage of the fact that there are no restraints, and they could literally build much bigger than what a community was designed for, what a neighborhood was designed for. And so the goal and the effort here is to draw a line that this is what this community has collectively agreed upon. But you can develop, you can expand, you can grow, you can continue to live in your home and make it bigger. But there's simply limits, and everything in moderation, I think we'd all agree, is a better route.
Agreed.
I'll just supplement by saying that, and again, correct me if I'm wrong here, even with these standards, there's always the ability to ask for variance, to the extent that there was a particular circumstance that, 52% became important. Again, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that point.
I mean, you'd have to have a unique physical impediment on your property. So if you had a protected green belt that you couldn't build on, or perhaps an easement that restricted your ability, certainly within reason. But variances have a very particular threshold that an applicant must meet. So I wouldn't use that term too liberally during this conversation.
Understood.
Alvy, if I could add one thing, Chair Thomas, the language that I read saying that we needed to be in compliance with the state, that language specifically allows property owners that would like to have an accessory dwelling unit. That's not included in this 0.5. That's not within that. So if somebody were to request that type of unit, we would take that into consideration. If it could be in excess of the 0.5.
Understood.
No one's limited by that if that's something that they desire.
Got it. Commissioner Rashad, are you complete? Commissioner Rashad, do you have any other questions? Because I see your hand still up. I'll presume that he is complete for the moment, and I'll see if there are any other questions.
I had my hand up, but it
I-
faded out.
I've been looking for digital hands and in the
Wait,
meantime,
let me give you one. Wait a minute. Hold that thought.
There it is.
well, that's not one hand, that's two hands. I like it.
I know,
Okay.
I'm clapping and I'm waving and I'm doing everything. But anyway, thank you for the report. I want to, wait a minute. What did I do? I got to get rid of all of this other stuff that popped up on my screen. Sorry about that. But can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie, for bringing up that information. What my concern is, as you mentioned, if someone wanted to expand their property for building, et cetera, that they could do that. And I got to get rid of this thing on my screen. They could do that. And in so doing, they would be able to add whatever they needed to add. So with all of that being said, I'm concerned about the state law that was passed relative to people building out their property to add additional space for additional income. How does the ordinance that we are looking at, how does that address those situations, or does it, or is that something else we need to look at a later date? What do we need to do about that?
I can address that, Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I don't think we're going to like the answer, but
Well, the
go ahead and
state
address
law
it.
is the state law, and it's overriding Carson's laws, and it's overriding every community's laws.
Mhm.
But we have limitations on what we have to permit. And we, looking at 800 square feet by the state as an addition, they can convert 500 square feet within their existing home as a junior accessory dwelling unit, which has to be to a family member or a relative. So you consider that extended family, but that's within the existing house. So basically they're limited to 800 square feet of additional square footage by the state.
Okay, so with that knowledge, and I want to thank Alvy for, he and I traded some emails, and I was asking about my concerns about parking, because with that law in the state, I'm not aware, and perhaps you can enlighten me, does it address the parking issues? Because we have, Alvy sent me the information relative to our requirements for parking. And so how is that being addressed with this new law?
So let me chime in here, Stephanie.
Okay.
The ADU laws that the states have enacted does not speak to parking. And I'll let Stephanie add more after I'm done. But what we're trying to do, what many cities are trying to do, is trying to respond to the unintended consequences of ADU development. ADUs are the law of the land now. So as Stephanie mentioned, there is a minimum that cities must allow. Will everyone take advantage of it? No. They will not. Some people simply won't have an interest. They won't have enough land. They want their backyard. There is no interest in a granny flat or a second unit or as an ADU as we now know them. But for those who want to take advantage of it, they have their full rights to do that. As you know, we're presently working on the general plan update. What will immediately follow the general plan update will be a comprehensive zoning update. What this type of text amendment and a couple more text amendments, and those that will follow will, number one, get us a head start on that zoning ordinance. It'll save us a lot of money because we will do it in-house and not have a consultant do it. And it'll get us, get your direction and your input sooner rather than later. Because we can go back and forth and it'll be on our dime, it won't be on the consultant's dime. What you'll see going forward is attempts to mandate more parking on the lot, on your lot. so that when people take advantage of the ADUs, they're obliged to design their property in a certain way to take more cars off of the street. We may not be able to require a parking. We may not be able to require a parking garage, but the state still doesn't control our ability to mandate driveways, and still doesn't control our ability to mandate what in effect will get cars off the street. So hopefully we will be able to craft language that will address these unintended consequences of the ADU laws. You'll see that and you'll give us your input, and hopefully we'll craft something that will be a line of defense for our communities.
I think that is, I don't know, Stephanie, if you wanted to add more to that?
That's essentially what we're doing. That's the next zone text amendment that's coming forward to you. We'll be trying to get development standards that allow driveways to be wider so we can get more cars off the street by still maintaining, a large yard in the front and have some uniformity with that. We're doing what we can to think ahead and to be proactive. And so you'll be seeing those zoning text next coming up. It's being reviewed right now.
And I appreciate that because, and Alvy, you mentioned in your email, we could discuss it at some point. And I didn't get back to you on that because I knew this was coming up, at this time, but I appreciate all the information. I have to agree with Commissioner Rashad relative to those people who have been in their homes for a long period of time, and now they're looking to get that additional income. I see it as being problematic that they would be able to widen their driveway because they're in an existing home. If you get a lot and you're actually building, that's one thing. But if you're building out on what you have existing, I currently am in a situation where I live, around the corner from me, there are a couple of houses, three, that have multiple, I don't know, let's say folks that live there who are renting space in these homes in what were single family homes. And now they partitioned it off and done what they did, and they're renting out the rooms. And the parking, you have one location where there are 10 cars for that one location on the streets. So you get 3 homes like that in a 1-block radius. You multiply that and you can imagine how crazy it can get. So I'm happy that we were able to entertain this tonight. I'm looking forward to further discussion so that I understand the law is what it is, but we have to protect people who are currently in their homes so that they can continue to enjoy their homes as well. And hopefully we can put some considerations in place and restrictions that will allow us to not have this be inundated with this parking problem, because trust me, it is a huge problem. I'm experiencing it. And the neighbors around here are saying, Diane, what are we going to do? So it is a major concern. Thank you for your time on that. And Mr. Chair, I'm complete.
Commissioner Thomas, what I would add is, I believe that the amendments before you are a step in the direction of addressing those concerns concretely, succinctly, and in a way that is in keeping with neighboring municipalities.
I agree. So I'm excited.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. Again, the parking issues associated with ADUs and the state regulation is not the subject of this particular issue. Right. However, the story you alluded to with those 3 homes is something that is directly related to this ordinance in front of us, in the sense that, sure, I have by state right the ability to add an ADU and an accessory ADU. Okay, but what if I was now to take the existing home I have there and build out to the far ends and in essence create 8 bedrooms? thereby renting them out because I have a college town. And so those are the types of issues that you're really interested in, trying to make sure that the homes in our community all fit within the same look, and we don't have de facto dormitories that enter into our single family residence space. And if you're looking for an example of that, you need to go no further than Long Beach for examples of that.
Well, I don't have to go to Long Beach. I can stay here, but I do understand the value of what we are going to be voting on tonight. And I think it is a step moving forward where we're trying to go. So I'm very much appreciative of the changes that we're doing, the upgrading we're doing with the, hopefully the adoption of the resolution tonight. And I just had this thought also, Stephanie, Commissioner Guerra mentioned the location for Southern California Edison. I have seen that location, and with the chain link and the barbed wires and all that, it is very unsightly. So hopefully that will be on our list of things to do, our staff's list of things to do, to reach out to SCE and see if we can remedy that situation.
Yes, I was gonna circle back on that during the manager's report, but we'll follow up for sure.
Thank you.
Now, I wanted to highlight one other thing, just because I'm aware that City Attorney Jones had identified a typo that was not indicated in the resolution. So I wanted him to highlight it.
Speak to that.
If I don't know if you're done with your discussion and deliberation, Chair, I was going to bring up, I guess, 2 corrections to the ordinance prior to its potential adoption.
Yes, I was ready to move to a resolution, but I wanted to get those items on the table first.
Sure. So the first one is, and I'm looking at the ordinance. The first one is on page 3 under lot coverage 9126.21. And we will be changing shall not exceed 0.4 or 0.40 to 0.50 per our discussion this evening. And the second one is on the following page, page 4 of the ordinance, where it is in the middle of the page bolded, additions to single family dwellings with a non-conforming side yard can maintain non-conforming side yards subject to director and building safety approvals. That sentence should continue.
Let's see that.
And read, approvals, comma, at no time less than 3 feet. That is how that bolded section should finish. Comma, at no time less than 3 feet. And if you'll go back to your staff report on page 6, you'll realize it's in keeping with our intent. For some reason that those last couple of words dropped off.
Yeah, and the word setback is also missing from that same language in page 4 of the ordinance, between where it says non-conforming side yard setback, subject to director and building safety approvals, comma, at no time less than 3 feet.
Got it. Thank you, Ben.
So, and Alvi, on the 0.4 to 0.5 thing, I know it was discussed, but are you saying that that would become staff's recommendation, such that if the commission moves staff's recommendation, that would be approved? Or would it need to be something where the motion would be to approve staff's recommendation subject to the change from 0.4 to 0.5?
The latter.
Okay. So staff's recommendation is still on 0.4, but staff's recommendation will be deemed to have included this correction as far as at no time less than 3 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, I have Commissioner Diaz, and then I'll do some housekeeping and just in terms of explaining where we are with our resolution as proposed.
Yeah, I'm very clear. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to end discussion and then like to go ahead and concede to you for that overview so that we can then adopt a recommendation or make a recommendation. Thank you.
Understood. So as I see it, We currently have a proposal with a correction, which was just to add language relating to that 3-feet minimum setback in that circumstance outlined in page 6 of the staff report. The second item, which is not staff recommendation at this point, which is what our FAR, or was it the lot coverage?
Lot
I believe the lot coverage is currently recommended by staff at 0.40. It was discussed and recommended that we match that to 0.50, which is our FAR number or percentage.
Mhm.
And so at this point, any motion that we move forward with I would just ask you to be clear as to whether you want to stick with our staff recommendation, which is 0.40, or whether you want to make a change to the staff recommendation to include 0.50. And so with that being said, I'm going to turn it back over to Commissioner Diaz so that he can formulate his motion.
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would, again, to the latter part, to 0.5. So my recommendation that the Planning Commission adopt resolution, whatever the number is, and I'm not going to read the complete text, that what was read and stated by yourself, as well as Alvy and Attorney Jones, that we adopt as part of this resolution for recommendation of City Council.
Need to
Do
read.
we have a second?
I second.
Commissioner Huff?
So to make sure I understand, Chair Thomas and Commissioner Diaz, this would be a motion to adopt the resolution that is included as exhibit number 1 to the staff report, and with the title that you see there, but with the change from 0.4 to 0.5 on the lot coverage standard. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I second that.
Commissioner Huff, I saw that you had said something. I didn't know if we caught it.
No, that's fine. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right.
Thank you.
I would like to call the question unless there are need for further discussion.
Question.
Hearing none. I guess we can move to roll call.
Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz,
Yes.
Commissioner Guerra,
Yes.
Commissioner Huff,
Yes.
Commissioner Monteclaro,
Yes.
Commissioner Diane Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Rashad,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Seal,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
That'll work.
All right. I think we'll turn it over to our planning manager report. Planning Manager Benencourt.
Thank you, Chair. I did have a couple of questions to clarify. Commissioner Guerra, you mentioned the SC utility lot with the chain link fence. Can you repeat the location, please?
Yes, it's the Neptune substation located on 220th Street between Ravenna Avenue and Grace Avenue. That would be south of 220th Street.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Sure.
And I don't know if anyone knows about, but Lucille brought this to my attention on Saturday, August 14th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Relay for Life is happening at Carson Park. So again, August 14th, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. A Relay for Life American Cancer Society at the Carson Park at 21411 Oric Avenue. Thank you. That concludes my report.
All right. I guess we'll move to Commissioner's oral communications. Commissioner Thomas, because I always forget.
Oh, you don't forget, please. Who can forget me? No one. No, great meeting, great meeting. Again, thank you to the staff for all that you do, all the information you provide, and it was very, very well laid out. I didn't have much to say. See there? So it was really good. I'm done. It's great to see everyone.
Commissioner Thomas apparently does not realize that she had a lot to say in this meeting, but that's okay. Commissioner Doc Dosel.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much to everyone for the warm welcome. This is my second formal meeting. Unfortunately, the first meeting that I had, I was traveling and I did have significant technical issues. I was listening in as much as I could, but I know those 3 hours we covered a lot. But tonight I'm excited because I think this was a very productive meeting. So definitely appreciate the staff for the wonderful work that you all do. And to all the commissioners, I'm excited to work very closely with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hernandez.
Yes, I'm proud and honored to be with a team such as this. I want to extend my apologies to Commissioner Guerra for not recognizing him the last time we met. We talked about baseball. And Commissioner Guerra, I humbly apologize to you. After 28 years was the last time we saw each other on a baseball field with our kids. I took a 13, 14, 15-year-old baseball team from the city of Carson to state finals in San Clemente. That was many years ago, and I remember seeing Commissioner Guerra, and he doesn't look the same as he did 28 years ago. He's more handsome now, may I say. But again, I want to extend my apologies and to say to this commission, I'm very proud to be a member. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. In 28 years, it's never too late to make a correct ID. We do not have Commissioner Wilson, but I do want to welcome Commissioner Wilson whenever they do come and join us. Commissioner Rashad?
Yes, just want to say I think we covered a lot of productive things today, and especially in terms of protecting the Carson residents. I think we definitely had their interests at heart here, and also protected the business interests as well. So I think it was productive and great meeting today. Thanks.
Commissioner Monteclaro.
Oh yeah. So I just need to explain because Assistant City Attorney Jones mentioned that I was not here on June 22nd meeting, and I received a call from our Consul Sandoval about that meeting, and I informed her that I was out of state celebrating my 24th wedding anniversary. So I was able to attend that meeting. For tonight, I'm glad that I have participated. My concern, though, is, as everyone knows, I'm an attorney, and we always have a scale of justice. We also always weigh things. So I'm just concerned about our approval of the CPA number 187-2021, because I feel that if we have a scale of justice, we put on one scale the public safety, public health, the welfare on one scale. Then on another scale, we have the financial interests of businesses. And it looks like that the scale for financial interest, our desire to protect the financial interest of the businesses outweigh the scale of the public safety, public health, and public welfare. But majority always wins. So we have proved that. My concern is in the future, if something, accidentally released regulated substances that create a calamity in the city of Carson, then I don't want to look back on this day where we allowed this resolution to pass, which will be the basis of the city council ordinance in passing an ordinance with our amendment, that will be amended. So I may be wrong, but technically, potentially, it's there. I live in Carson. I have my families in Carson, and I believe most of us also live in Carson. And I don't want to see the day comes when some calamity may come up in our city by reason of allowing existing, lawfully established existing businesses to continue having these regulated substances in our desire to be fair with their financial investments in the city. So I hope I'm wrong.
Thank you, Commissioner Monteclaro, for expressing your conviction as it relates to this particular issue and expressing or at least explaining your vote. Commissioner Huff.
Good evening to everyone. Just to say good evening again, and it was a pleasure to sit here and take part in our meeting. I too did a lot of reading on this, and still I didn't uncover some of the issues that were brought up, but there were other things that did come out. I think the staff did an excellent job, because I too went line by line, almost the notes that we made at the other meeting. And there were just so many concerns and liabilities and things that we're facing our residents that I must say that our team took extra care in, and the staff did such an excellent, awesome job of bringing it all together into one package. So I too want to say congratulations with everybody saying it. I didn't think we needed to go on, but we do need to let them know that we appreciate everything that is being done. And it is appreciated. I too went by the Bethel Church, and they're doing an awesome job over there. I started to say that too. They are definitely utilizing the space that they have there now, and they are reaching out beyond our community to help wherever it can. So I think Carson is in good hands with this commission, and and the employees, and I'm certainly happy to be a part of the commission. One announcement is that our Mayor Lula Davis Holmes and our president of Cal State University, Dominguez Hills, are having a town and gown promise agreement signing tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. on the campus. I certainly have Dr. Kalia Bradshaw's phone number if you want to call 310-243-3819. I would say by 8 o'clock or around 8 to let her know if you want to come. They're inviting our residents here in Carson to come and see even more of our city growing together and creating a unity and moving forward with the city. There will be free parking. And again, I just say thank you so much. I just can't wait to receive my next package that I have to study through. Take care, everybody. Thank you.
Slow down, Del. Slow down. Okay. She already wants the next packet. That's good times.
It takes time to read it. It takes time.
Well, we have it on tape, so know that we have that statement on tape. Commissioner Guerra, in a statement that's 28 years in the making.
Oh.
Yes, indeed. My friend Richard, Commissioner Richard Hernandez, there's no shame in not recognizing me with no hair and all this weight I've gained. Anyway, I just want to really thank the staff for the great work, especially our city attorney, Jones, for doing such great work. I'm extremely impressed and grateful. Felt that I was in a quagmire with some of the issues from the property owners not in compliance. I'm extremely grateful, sir. Thank you. That said, Richard, your son hit 2 home runs for me when we played in the adult league. You should have recognized me despite my weight gain and no hair, sir. But anyway, you know I have much love for you, sir. I'm complete. We had a great, productive meeting.
Absolutely.
I'm proud to serve with everyone on this commission. Stay safe and blessed. Good night.
Commissioner Diaz.
Thank you, Chairman Thomas. I don't have any report other than I believe I can just sum it up by saying this is a labor of love, that this planning commission really does care about the city of Carson, as well as our planning management and our the development team, everybody that's participating, because I see this as a cohesive collaboration. We're not always going to agree, and that's fine. But so far, what I've observed and been part of, I think that we're on the right path. And if we continue doing our due diligence and fully participating in this, but I think it also starts with reviewing that staff report that's put together, that's meticulous put together, and that we, dot the I's and cross the T's. I think we're all doing it. We're taking this very seriously. And again, I call it a labor of love for this commission that I see, that I'm a part of for the city of Carson. Thank you.
Vice Chair Palmer, I don't know if you're there, but just wanted to tell you were missed. And for myself, I want to thank Commissioner Huff for announcing the town and gown agreement they are entering into. I don't know if the new innovation and instruction building will be officially open, but I'm guessing they're probably going to want to tour that building.
Yeah.
So that's a brand new building on campus, an investment of about $115 million by the CSU in the state. So, it's some of the greatness that's there. We also have new dorms that are there. So there's a lot of new stuff that's going on here on the campus. Beyond that, I do want to also take a bit of a victory lap for what we did today, because it's kind of consequential. The episode that we've had, what I'll call the Inland Star experience, because Inland Star was just one company. And we know that there are several companies that are either out of compliance, or we want to have a better understanding as to what that compliance is. And we now have a mechanism by which to accomplish that. And I understand Commissioner Monteclaro's concern, which is that if we have, the top of the pyramid, and we're saying for new uses, they're out, then why shouldn't they be out for existing uses.
Mhm.
I think that once we know the gravity and the scope of that problem, then we can make a decision to relook at that issue. But currently, without an understanding as to how many companies and to what those investments may be, it would be rather reckless for us to impose such regulations on existing businesses, at least in my view. Beyond that, I just think that the modernization that we've had of our zoning code for single family residences is also pretty significant. So, in short, I just want to thank everyone for their participation. I do also want to highlight, to the extent that you haven't noticed already,
Oh, please.
beard is gone. So that possibly means
The
It was
wedding's going
noticed.
up.
some hand.
It
There's
was
gonna be some
noticed.
adjustments to the hand soon. So with that being said, I'll open it up to a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Chairman.
Second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Diaz says he's done.
Yeah, he's done with me.
Not with you. The meeting. Good night, all.
You guys have a great night.
Wonderful.
Thank
Be
you,
safe,
everyone.
Tomorrow morning.
Be safe.
Good night,
Thank
everyone.
you, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Take care.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Recording in progress.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm calling to order the meeting of the City of Carson Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District, Carson EIFD, Public Financing Authority to order. Today is August the 7th. It is now 11:05 a.m. The meeting is called to order. Roll call, Assistant Secretary.
Member Caroline Torosis.
Present.
Secretary Kathy Pandolfo.
Present.
Chair Lula Davis Holmes.
Present.
3 members are present, Madam Chair.
Staff, are there any oral communications?
We did not receive any, Madam Chair.
Okay. Are there any presentations and introductions? None?
None that I know of.
Okay, all communications for matters listed on the agenda. Any comments from the public? None?
No, Mayor.
Okay. I'd like to call for approval of minutes from June 28th.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have a public hearing on item number 2. It's the second public hearing of the Public Financing Authority to consider any additional written and oral communication and take possible action to modify or reject the infrastructure financing plan. Staff.
Thank you.
We need to open the public meeting.
Yes.
Yes, the public, I'm opening the public meeting. Staff.
Saeed, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the county has appointed a public member who is Ms. Angela Reddock Wright, however, she could not make the meeting because of previous vacation. There's no presentation from staff, and we would request that we continue this item until the county public member is present till the September 13th meeting.
9:30? Okay,
11 o'clock.
At 11?
That's correct.
Being that there is no public comment, I'm going to close the public hearing. And there is a motion to continue this item until September 2nd, September 30th.
13th?
13th.
Oh, 13th? Okay, 13th at 11 a.m.
Ms. Mayor, just for clarification, you're not closing the public hearing, you're just continuing the public hearing.
Oh, continue it then, I'm sorry.
Continuing the public hearing until September 13th, yeah.
Thank you. We're going to continue until September 13th, 11 a.m. All in favor? Signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion so moved. Item number 3.
Madam Chair, there's no
Yes.
action required on item number 3 because it's a subsequent third meeting. And since the second meeting has been continued, there's no action required. We will reschedule that.
You mean this meeting is going to be open 5 minutes? Okay, my kind of meeting. Oral communications. Staff, any items that you'd like to add to the agenda other than the ones we're continuing?
None.
None? Okay, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you everyone for showing up. Man, that's a 4-minute meeting. I love it. Any comments from staff, or our guests, or our city attorney, anything, any comments?
Do we need to move to end the meeting?
Yes. Carolyn, move to adjourn the meeting. I'll move to adjourn.
I move to adjourn. Yeah, sure.
Second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. I'll see you on the 13th, same time for a 5-minute meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye. Not, I've been in meetings back to back.
This ain't no in and out. You got a closed session.
Okay, Mayor, we're live.
It's closed now.
No, we're live. Well, good afternoon.
Now, so we can go live.
Okay, we can go live. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling to order the meeting of the Carson Reclamation Authority. Today is August 7th. It is now 4:02 p.m. This meeting is being televised and on channel 35 and Spectrum 99. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Who's calling the roll?
Oh, my name is John, Madam Mayor.
Oh, I didn't see you. I didn't see your name. I said, is it Sylvia? Ooh.
Okay, Authority Chair, Madam Mayor Lula Davis Holmes.
Present.
Vice Chair, Councilman Cedric Hicks.
Present.
Ray Aldridge Jr., Board Member.
Present.
Lillian Hobson, Board Member. Diane Thomas, Board Member.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum. All members are present.
Okay. Are there any public comments on closed session items?
Madam Mayor, there are no comments on closed session.
Mr. Attorney, could we report out on closed session authority council? Where'd he go?
So Madam Chair, we have closed session listed, but we don't have the listing.
I see.
And yeah,
closed.
so I don't think we're going to be able to go on the closed session.
Well, yeah, we won't.
No, wasn't listed.
Who did this agenda?
Well, I reviewed and I guess I didn't think to look at the closed session.
It must not have been that important, huh?
Well, I was, we were working on everything else, and we've been carrying this agenda closed session item, but somehow this one got pulled off. I know that the council's not talking about it tomorrow.
We're not?
No.
So is it something that we need to move on before the next monthly meeting?
Probably, but we'll have we'll provide an update to you.
Okay, very good. So we don't have a closed session item.
Right.
All communications for items listed on the agenda, members of the public, Mr. Senior Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we have no comments.
Approval of the minutes for July 6, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Deputy Clerk, report out.
Madam Mayor, the motion was passed by a majority vote, by unanimous vote.
Okay. Consent items 2 through 3. I move for approval of the consent calendar.
I so moved.
I'd like to pull one. I'm not sure when I'm supposed to say that.
Right after we approve it, and then you can pull it.
I said I approve.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. We want to, which items do you want to pull?
Number 2.
Okay. Any other further discussion? Discussion. The consent calendar is approved except with the item number 3.
2.
Item number 2. All in favor of approving item number 2? May I have a motion to approve? Consent.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Item number 2, Mr. Ray Aldridge, you pulled that item?
Yeah, wanted to, for my own clarification, when we're looking at that report, that's for the monthly cash flow, correct?
JR?
That's correct.
Okay.
So money coming in and money going out.
Right. Okay. Down under the little bullets, it says payment to Carson Goose owner. Isn't that a payment from? We didn't pay them, they paid us, didn't they?
Madam City Manager, JR through the City Manager.
Well, this is produced by the treasurer. So yeah, if you look up above, you see Carson Goose Owner LLC, they paid us $250,000.
Right, but the explanation
I don't
says
think
pay
there was anything that we paid them. These bullets may just all be the different transactions.
Well, that's what the bullets are, the explanations for the transactions above. And it says payment to the Carson Goose owner. So it's actually payment from.
It should be.
Just minor correction, but.
No, it's a serious one.
So if we look back on it, you don't want people to think we paid them money.
Is our city treasurer here? Who prepared this? The city treasurer?
You're looking at, we're on the tab 2, right?
Page 3, Exhibit 1.
It says addition. It says the 250 is addition.
But the note down below says,
Down below, the little bullet points.
It's in the bullet points.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be kind of helpful if, I don't know if this report can do it, but if they put those little bullet points beside the payment so we can kind of see it and not have to play a little game to try to figure out which one goes to what
Right.
thing.
But you know what? Look at further, it said carrying cost reimbursement.
yeah, but it says paid
I
to.
understand, but
You can't pay two and it'd be a reimbursement at the same time of the same amount. That's all.
Sharon, are you on board? Sharon?
I am. Yes, I am. I'm on.
Where's our city treasurer?
It should be self-explanatory where you don't have to guess what it is.
I'm sorry, Mayor, would you tell me what you're looking at? Sunny just called me and I was diverted. I apologize. Are you on?
Yeah, we're on page 3, Exhibit 1. It says payment to Carson Goose Owner LLC for carrying cost reimbursement. And at the top, it says additional Carson Goose Owner LLC, $250,000. I think that's where they go. Is that what you're looking at?
Right, yes.
you know what? It apparently, it's not clear, but apparently we paid that and now we're being reimbursed.
No.
Don't think so. No. That's the money they owed us. They're just paying the money they owed us.
Yeah, okay.
So Sharon, what we're asking, and it should be a part of the recommendation, is that you can't pay two Goose Authority and then they reimbursed us also. It's kind of confusing.
Where is the second reference to them? I see the first one.
And go down to the bullet, County of Los
Bullet point, the
Angeles.
third bullet point down, 1, 2, 3, yeah.
Yeah.
I see it. Okay. And JR, were you able to explain that or not?
Yeah, it's just it shouldn't be there.
Right.
It's an error.
Instead of to, it should be from.
Well, I mean, if it's explanation of if it's an explanation of all the transactions, it should be from. If it's an explanation of the expenditures, deductions, then it shouldn't be on the list. I didn't prepare this list, so I don't know the logic behind the bullet.
So, Mayor, I don't believe that we, unless JR can correct me, I don't believe that we get to review this report beforehand. So JR can go back and ask her to make the correction so that the official record is corrected, and then ask her to try to take note of that in the future, if that's okay.
The treasurer is on.
Where is she?
Oh, there we go. I didn't
Monica.
realize. There she is.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we're on exhibit number 1 of your report, agenda item number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's a clarification on exhibit number 1. It says additional total Carson Goose Owner LLC. We paid them $250,000. But when you go down to your bullet points, it says, it looks as though we payment to Carson Goose. Did we do both? It says we received additional money for them that they owe us $250,000. So why would we pay them? What do we pay them?
Okay, so this information is obtained from our bank statement. So on our bank statement, it shows that we received a payment from them in the amount of $250,000.
Right. We agree there.
No,
But
okay.
when you go down to bullet number 3 on there, it says payment to. It looks as though we paid them something.
All the twos that should be payment should remove the to and just have payment.
From.
Payment from, yes.
So all these twos should be removed?
No, just that one.
No, just that one. And the other ones should be from. I'm sorry. The other ones should be to.
So this payment shouldn't even be listed here.
No, they need to explain what it was for, so that it's listed, but it's just, the payment is from them, not it's to them.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So this payment, we should approve this item with the correction to say where it comes to gooses be payment from.
From, yes.
Okay, we need to change that to a from.
Yes, ma'am.
And it needs to reflect in the report.
Okay.
All right.
And
then there is no explanation. I guess maybe you guys may know what it is, but preferred bank interest payment.
Yes.
What was that?
That was a, excuse me, that was an interest payment that was due the CRA from the bank that we had, a preferred bank. That account was closed many months ago. And we were due that payment back then. They said that they had submitted that payment to us, but there was no record that we had gotten it because the check had not been cashed. So they requested that I requested actually they rescind that payment to us.
Okay, and they did that, yeah. Because I didn't know if that was a recurring interest payment on money we had in the bank, or that was just a one-time deal.
That is a one-time payment.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
All
so
right.
that particular is needed an explanation on it, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
For future. So, Ray, you want to approve this item with the exception, with the corrections that you made? That,
yes. Yes, please.
The payment, the motion is to approve this item number 2 with the corrections that.
Corrections is noted, yeah.
The two should go to from.
From, yeah.
Okay. Any more questions on this item? Oh, it's been moved. Can I get a second?
Second, I said second. Million second.
Properly moved and second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, the motion was approved unanimously with the corrections in regards to the wording, to read from instead of to.
All right, thank you very much.
Madam Chairwoman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I wanted to, because I came in, I think I heard you, you or another member state to Mr. Raymond that this document should be checked by him before it is submitted through our system, Granicus system. I actually send this out to his assistant, Tori, before I finalize it. But if it is necessary, I can send it out to him to look at it before it's finalized in the system.
Madam City Manager, what's your pleasure?
I would suggest that as the executive director of the CRA that JR is able to look at the report before it's final.
And therefore, so Madam City Treasurer, so the request is that you send it to JR and that he gives you final approval before it's printed.
No problem.
Appreciate you, my dear.
Okay.
Okay. So item number, what item was that? 2 has been moved and properly second. Did you report out, Mr. Clerk?
We did, Madam Mayor.
Okay. We have no special orders of the day. We're gonna go to discussion items number 4 through 6. Number 4 is the presentation on development progress on former compact landfill site cells 2, 3, 4, and 5, and cells 1. Madam City Manager.
Madam Mayor, I need to remind you that I'm not involved with the CRA officially.
Oh, you're not? Oh, okay.
So JR, if we could go right to Assistant City Manager John Raymond.
I've been used to calling you so far. Okay, JR, I apologize.
No problem, Madam Chair. So the board has asked on a number of occasions over the last couple of months for presentations on kind of a number of items. One is that if you recall, when we came with you, I think in June with the very big claims and demands, and you wanted more detail on that. We've got more detail on that in a separate item, the item to follow, but we're sort of covering it a little bit in this presentation and giving some context on it relative to the overall development activity on the site. I think Vice Chair Hicks had asked, I think at the last meeting for kind of an update on the fairing project. And there's been a general sense and a general number of requests because a number of you are new for a little bit more context and a little bit more history on sort of all of the, not all of, but kind of how we got to where we are today. So what we did, working with Danny Elshire, the Deputy Authority Counsel, and we took a presentation that we had made to DTSC back in February. Actually, we used the opportunity to kind of introduce the fairing project to DTSC and put together a pretty good kind of history. And we'll go through the history part very quickly, but the history of the site, they're as familiar with the history on it as we are. So we didn't need to spend a lot of time, but again, to provide a little context, got into a little bit more on the actual development activity, particularly on cell 2. And we've taken some slides from other PowerPoint presentations and sort of put that in there too, so that you can see it. All of you had an opportunity to go out and see the site and see kind of the facts on the ground, the piles in the ground, pile caps and liner and all that. So none of this is exactly new, but it gives it a little bit more context. And then it sort of concludes with where we are on cell 3, 4, and 5. With the fairing project, there is a site plan of the fairing project on that, and then also kind of where we are on cell 1. And if you see the last staff report, obviously on the agenda, you have an idea where we are today on cell 1. But it just sort of wraps up on that. So with that, let me share my screen, and then I'll go right into the presentation. Can you all see that?
Yes, we can.
Great, that's great. I'm gonna minimize the participant view. Be out of the way. Okay. All right. So now I just need to figure out how to advance it.
I don't feel bad. I can't do any of that.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. So you know where the site is. It's on the 405. It's got Delamo on the north. And you can see on this map that really the western and southern boundary of the site is actually the Torrance Lateral. And then the Torrance Lateral kind of loops back up and connects to the Dominguez Channel in a very funny little river delta there. This graphic shows, you've seen the crushed concrete piles, the detention ponds, the gas plant, the gas, the flare and the gas plant, the groundwater treatment plant, and then the retention ponds currently on the site. The site was operated as a solid waste class 2 landfill in the late 1950s up through the mid 60s. And landfill waste was disposed. They excavated the native soil, they buried the waste, They place soil back on top, and the soil cover in some spots is 30 feet thick, where landfill's way underneath, and in some places it's only about 3 feet thick. And you can see the graphic on the site. That's a relatively recent. You can see the matrix pattern at the top of the screen, and that's the pile grid. Now with vegetation growing up on it. The landfill was divided. Actually, when they created the landfill, it was only 4 cells. Cell 3 and 5 was a single cell, and when they had to install a storm drain line down connecting kind of cell 4 and at Stamps Road, divided cell 3 and cell 5. That's kind of a virtual separation of the cells. But each cell is separated from the other cells by actually native soil. So they're like individual landfills. And part of the technique and the logic of doing that back in the day is if there were ever a landfill fire, which happens, that it could only get to the essentially the buffer of the native soil, and it would be contained, so that the whole 157 acres, wouldn't be subject to fire. There's a long regulatory history. I'm not going to go through all these boxes on this, but it does go back to 1988. There's a remedial action order issued by DTSC, culminating in 2018, where we developed something and got DTSC to approve called the management approach to phase occupancy. That's what we also call our phase development plan, and it's what allowed us to go forward with the Cam Carson, the outlet mall project, as one cell activity with the certainty that they could have opened and operated even if the other cells, cell 1 and cell 3, 4, and 5, were not fully developed and those landfill closed. Prior to that, there was some question, and actually not a question. It actually the remedial action plan required that ultimately that there be a health risk assessment on all of the cells before any cell could be occupied. So this was was actually one of the things that we did to get that approved in 2018. The site development, was obviously originally owned by a landfill owner. It was transferred in 1980 to a real estate developer, and it's been a development site for the last 41 years. One developer after another, after another, after another, after another, after another has tried to do projects on this site. And you can see the dirt bike track on the site from 1983. And probably the most pivotal project to occur, aside from all the stadium activity, was the 2005 and 2006 Carson Marketplace development. The specific plan that we're sort of living with today, we've amended it now a couple of times, but the original specific plan and EIR were certified in 2006 for that project. And you can see it was a mixed use development on that site. Everybody knows that that it's been proposed, the site's been proposed a couple of times for football stadiums, most recently in 2015 when the Chargers and the Rams made a pitch to the NFL to have the site designated. Obviously that did not happen, but it's what caused the CRA itself actually to be formed. And that so that the city, as a city corporation, the city wouldn't have to take title to the site, and the CRA exists in order to create a buffer between the city as an entity and the ownership of a landfill of a contaminated property. The property is currently zoned as the district at South Bay. I mentioned on the last slide the Carson Marketplace. Carson Marketplace in 2011, I think, became the Boulevards at South Bay. And then in 2017, 2018, when we redid the specific plan for the Cam Carson project, we used the name the district at South Bay. And the district name, interestingly, came from Vestar, who was a developer that we were working with on cell 3, 4, and 5. And we thought they were going to be able to do that. And that's kind of their naming, that's their naming convention. And if you've been down to Tustin, and their district at Tustin is the same developer, and that's kind of where that name came from. The outlet mall, we entered the agreement with CAM in September of 2018. It was originally just Macerich, and over the summer of 2018, Macerich added Simon Property Group to the LLC, and the development of it was for a high-end fashion outlet on Cell 2. So what the construction status, and again, you've seen it out there on the site, a really significant portion of our horizontal work has been completed on Cell 2. For example, all of the structural piles that would need to be to support the slab and the vertical construction, the outlet malls itself, they've all been installed. About 90% of the landfill gas collection system, and about half of the landfill liner, and about 10% of the building slab is complete. You can see this. You can see it a different view. This is looking from the south, sort of hovering above Avalon, and that big sandy area in the foreground at the bottom of the slide is the south parking lot, and then the slab going north, and you can see the pile grid. This is looking at it. It's the freeway at the top of the screen, so this is looking at it more from Leonardo. And if you can see the notch, the little corner that's not doesn't have liner on it yet, that's where we stopped. I'll show it to you on the graphic. That's the completion graphic, and show you where that is and where that lines up. So in this, the south parking lot would be on the right, and this is where part of the slab went in. Actually, this is before the slab was poured, so this is probably poured slab now today. I mentioned the pile driving. This is the pile driving in sort of full force. They actually had 3 pile driving rigs going at the same time. And that was in order to try to meet the schedule in there. We encountered, what they call pile refusal very early, actually before we started actually installing piles, when we were doing test piles. And that's where piles would not go all the way in. And it required that we have 2, for every pile drilling rig, we actually had to have 2 drill rigs, one with a 14-inch auger and one with a 16-inch auger. Because we had to drill further into the dirt below the landfill. On the right-hand slide, you can see some of the trenching that was being undertaken. This is for the landfill gas system. All of the landfill gas system obviously is underneath the ground. And so the trenches for those laterals are actually quite deep. In addition to that, we did a very significant amount of trenching for the plumbing, which was a design feature that came to us very late. And it's actually one of the things that contributed to having to trench more and having more costs on our side. And then on the far right, you can see all those square holes in the ground, and that is pile cap excavation. And I've got a little bit more explanation of what excavation is on a couple of slides down the road. So going back to how we structured the deal with Cam Carson, the CRA was responsible for the remedial systems. That's complete the landfill gas system, install the liner, and actually do the site grading. Site grading on a regular greenfield site, a clean site, would be part of the development activity. But this is site grading up to the liner grade. And so it was considered to be part of, it's not a remedial activity per se, but it's part of the installation of the remedial. And that's how we ended up getting the grading on our side of the cost equation. And that became a really significant factor. Obviously, we're the owner of the site. We're responsible for overall site management. And we still continue to undertake the site O&M, and then the master development of the site, seeking other developers, coordinating the activity of other developers on the site, making sure that grades and grading kind of line up, that driveways and the overall specific plan and the master plan and all that. Everything that a master developer would do on a 157-acre site is what we had to do. Construction of the site infrastructure, that includes ultimately, the construction of Leonardo and stamps and traffic signals and streetlights and things. But it's also, the construction infrastructure, like temporary construction roads and things like that. So we're responsible for that. And then part of one of the more unusual aspects of the deal is that CAM was, they were very averse to having any activity that put them down in the soil. And so we had this whole structure where we performed their horizontal improvements. That's installing the piles and installing all the slab, with them reimbursing us for that activity, so that they never directly contracted for it. They're not responsible for it. And it was really ultimately for environmental liability purposes, and for them to get a comfort level because they're public companies. And that's how it was set up to do. That's why we were doing all of that work and not having to coordinate with them doing that work. Ultimately, when they were to build the mall, that's when we would have to coordinate with their general contractor. So they were responsible for the vertical improvements, the actual mall on top of the slab, obviously reimbursement to the CRA for the cost, what I just talked about, the piles and slab, on our performing their horizontal improvements. They were to make a pro rata, not a pro rata, they had a fixed contribution of $10 million toward the infrastructure costs. And then they'd make a pro rata share of the site O&M costs. The way the CRA performed its work, we actually contracted back in 2016, but ultimately under the more or less current agreement in 2017 with RE Solutions, and they were actually a proposer in the 2016 Master Developer RFQ. Which we had put out to find a master developer to do all this work on behalf of the CRA, because we knew that we're not contractors and we're not actually developers, and they only proposed to do the horizontal work, and they did not have a shopping center or something proposed on top of it. So what they do is they contract with all the engineering firms, the design and construction firms. They do all the remedial and civil construction work, and they oversee the O&M work too. TRC was part of the RES proposal in 2016. It was RES and TRC, and they were contracted in 2017 to do the remedial design, and then ultimately the grading and the construction of remedial systems, the gas system, the liner installation, the building protection system, which is it's not a remedial system, but it's part of the sub slab work and design. Snyder Langston, a different contractor. Snyder Langston is they're a civil general contractor. They did all the pile installation, they did the slabs, and they would have built the street had we continue to do that work. They would have done all the horizontal civil work. And then there was one contractor that we shared. We shared the costs with CAM, because they were there. We had a single scheduling contractor, which is Cambridge Construction Management, and they were jointly hired. And so that when everybody looked at the schedule, we were all looking at one schedule. I'm not going to go through this whole long paragraph, but this is just an example, and this is out of something I had to write for one of the litigation, but just to call attention to the way the contractors, the Snyder Langston and the TRC had to work together, and completely separate contracts and separate contractors, really to do the same thing. And that is actually installing the pile cap on the piles. And so when you so TRC was the remedial contractor, so they're the grading contractor. It's subcontractors that do that. Snyder Langston came in, installed the piles, and drove the piles through through the dirt. Then the pile cap excavation was done by TRC because it's working down in the dirt. Then Snyder Langston would have to then come back and construct out of wood the forms for the pile caps, and then they pour the concrete. Then TRC would come back and have to wrap the rebar, which is sticking up out of the top of this pile. They'd actually wrap it like in foil, and they protect it from the application of the liquid boot. I think they applied the liquid boot as well. Liquid boot's like it's like a liquid rubber or an epoxy that gets sprayed on, and it's non-porous, and it prevents the methane from coming up through the porous concrete from underneath and up into the bottom of the slab. So TRC did that. They applied the liquid boot. They take the wrap off, and then the pile cap boot is a piece of membrane that sits on top of the pile, kind of like a raincoat, and like a big poncho, and then they weld it to the liner, and then they installed the BPS. And the BPS, if you recall, is a building protection system, and it's like this 3/4 inch gravel, or 1/2 inch gravel actually, and it sits on top of the installed liner, and it has perforated vent pipes in it, and it extracts methane, or detects methane, and extracts methane from it after the liner's installed, the slab's in, and so it keeps the methane from getting up under the slab and actually up into the occupied space. The geofoam blocks were those giant, they look like big blocks of cheese. And they went into the areas that were trenched, because if you put it, if you think you're going to put a 9-inch layer of gravel on a slope, the side of a slope, all you do is you just end up filling the trench in, and that's too much weight sitting on top of the liner. So the geofoam block takes up a lot of that space, and they had to install that. All of those geofoam blocks, every block out there was spec for a particular spot under the slab. Then the Snyder Langston would come in and install the plumbing on top of the BPS, and then they pour the slab. And so the pile cap is, digging a square 3 feet by 3 feet or 4 feet by 4 feet, but there are all sorts of other things. There are double pile caps, there are triple pile caps, grade beams, and there was a lot of precise work on that. And so you can see it's one contractor back and forth and back and forth and back and forth all through this process. And so it was very, very exacting.
JR, just to make one point about that, this just shows how complicated that whole transaction was with CAM, and the structure ultimately kind of broke down at the end because it was so complicated, and you have contractors going back and forth and kind of performing some of the same work as each other. The way that the contract was set up with CAM was that they didn't want to touch, like JR said, they didn't want to touch the underground. They didn't want to have any possibility for any environmental liability for doing work in the soils. And so they would not, and basically they said all the remedial work is on CRA's dime. The CRA has to perform and pay for that work. CAM will pay for all the stuff that's required to build a vertical fashion outlet mall. And so that includes the piles, in installing the piles, because that's needed for the vertical mall. It's not needed to remediate the site to DTSC's requirements. And the foundation slab on top of the piles, and then ultimately installing the vertical development. But because this all got so complicated, that's why, as you'll see later on, that structure was terrible. And in the fairing deal, we said, no way, we're not doing this again. You've got to do any new developer, we're going to require them to do all of this work and not have this trade-off between contractors and trade-off between, okay, which costs are on the CRA, which costs are on the developer.
Yeah, so going back to this, in this example, under fairing, all of that is done by fairing and their contractors, right? So the push-pull between who pays for what and what contractor is responsible, we don't care. I mean, they may care, but it's a single entity that sort of is responsible for all of that, and responsible for paying for all that, and can impose, perhaps, just actually control the process a little better. And so anyway, these are just a couple of the pile driving rig, the health and safety plan. That was a requirement. That's a requirement every time you do a penetration in a landfill, and we have 2,238 penetrations. Again, every pile was drilled twice, one down 20 feet below the surface of the landfill, and then another, or actually down to the bottom of the landfill, and then another auger coming in to go below, 20 feet below. And so the health and safety plan required somebody there with, like Biosolve or some type of foam to suppress methane. You're testing for methane, any sort of methane release, and they would spray the hole down to keep the methane from being released. And so there's monitoring, there's prevention, there's health and safety. There's a lot of other health and safety besides just spraying the hole that go into that. And we, as a site master developer and being responsible for the remedial system, we're responsible for the health and safety plan. This pile on the right-hand side is an example of pile refusal. This pile, I think, was hit with a hammer like 240 times. And that's about as far as it got. And so what was happening is because the piles were redesigned to be fewer piles. There was originally 2,900 piles in the pile design, and they redesigned the slab and the piles to be about 2,200 piles, which we said, great, except they were longer. And what they were encountering below the landfill, surprisingly, was sand. But sand is a type of substance that the more you hit it in a tight space, it can't go anywhere. It's not like sand on the beach. When you step on it, you create a footprint. This is packed in, it's been wet forever, and it's just like rock. And so that's why there was this separate, the double drilling, the double auger of having to drill down in there, and then they would have less to actually drill. And so we only had, I think we had fewer than 3 piles out of 2,200 fail. I think it was only 1 or 2. And versus when we did the test pile program in the fall of 2018, we had 8 out of 26 that ended up like that, just sticking out of the ground. So that was a big problem.
Just in case it's unclear, the whole reason to have piles is that the landfill is not like solid ground. You can't just put something on top of a landfill because the materials settle over time. And so if you just put a structure on top of a landfill, the foundation would crack over time because it's it
would subside unevenly and
yeah.
You're yeah. And you see it if you ever been over to Alpine Village and drive in that parking lot, you know, that's on a landfill. And and it's like a little bit of it's like a skate park, you know, only it's asphalt. It's up and down and
like going down Martin Luther King.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and for largely the same reason, right? In that the base underneath it isn't really up to the task of you know, because it's organic and it will decompose over time and subside over time. That's why these piles are what they are. The whole landfill can you know, can subside, you know, a couple of feet and the slab will be hanging out there in the air, but it'll be sitting on top of the piles.
So Gerald, how many of the piles did they install?
All of them, 2,238 piles.
Today?
They're all in. They are all in, all piles.
So if a new developer should come in and want to develop, well, someone is, are they going to be able to incorporate these piles where they are or what? Because that's a lot of money.
Well, that's about the $65 million question.
Right. Got our fingers crossed.
It'll take.
It all depends. If you know, if they were just going to build the same outlet mall,
no problem.
Designs, plans, you're fine. But to the extent that they're changing anything, they're going to have to do a total reanalysis of all of this and see what was installed, whether it's going to be capable for what they're proposing, and maybe drill more.
Yeah, it's likely that there would have to be more piles installed. But it depends, and again, it depends on what the load is on top of it. Every pile in there, and you can see a row of piles on the right-hand side, is designed to hold the load that's directly above it, whatever that was in the building, and the columns above it, and all that. So, to the extent you know somebody else were to come in and build something that was you know, slab on grade, right, instead of at a podium. The podium being that it's 20 feet up, you have the slab, and then you have the building's 20 feet up in the air. Then you know, a lot would have to change. But if it's, you know, if it's generally, let's say the same, you know, load factor and all that, it's possible that not a lot would have to change. There's a lot of plumbing in here. There's a lot of trenching that we spent a lot of money on.
Yes.
And yeah, but you know, and another user may not need all that. It doesn't mean you go fill it back in, but or maybe you do fill it back. You know, it sort of depends. But I would say very likely it's not completely wasted. It's not all for naught. It's there's a lot of value there, but the value, a developer looking at reusing the site will have to be very smart about it and spend a lot of money on structural engineers.
65 million, huh?
Well, that's just the amount we spent on actually piles and just piles is about 25 million. The installation of piles.
When you say we, you mean the reclamation authority?
We were mostly reimbursed. There, you know, there's some unreimbursed amount from CAM. The amount of work we did, what we call CAM work, in total is about 35 million, I think. I think about 35 million. So between the amount of slab that's in and the amount of piles that we're in and the amount they reimburse us, plus what is outstanding that they would owe us is, I think, about 35 million. I think it's later. I think it's later in this presentation.
Okay, thank you.
You can see a couple of different this on the left-hand side, you can see the pile sticking out, and you can see this, the sort of black circle is, I think that's a pile cap boot, and it's welded to liner. And they weld it by kind of like a heat gun. And actually all of this little black stuff is all weld, sealing the liner. Here's some of the rebar that's been covered. I think this top part has probably been uncovered, or maybe it's about to be covered. And this bottom, this gray slab here will be covered with liquid boot. And I've got other slides with liquid boot on it. And then you can see a row of piles here, piles with pile caps on them. So this is the graphic that I was talking about. And this, when I showed you that aerial view of the site with this is a freeway at the top of the top of this, and there was that notch. This is that zone 6, where they were still, it's a little bit behind the rest of it. So this final backfill means basically the slabs in here. This is the TRC work. So this is what they've done, initial backfill, and then the liner where they're currently sort of working on the liner. Backfill is after the liner. This is after, and then they're still doing excavation out here, and then here where they're out doing pile cap excavation. So when we talk about pile cap excavation, and you go back to this, this is the south. This is a slab. This is the south end of the slab, and this is the north end of the slab. It's just it's separated so you can see it all together. So they started work south and north. The south parking lot would have been down here, and then the slab south to north. So you have block A, A1, A2, A3. This is block B, block C, and then block D is the far north end. And so you can see that on the pile cap excavation, they were basically through block A and block B. All the pile caps have been excavated, and almost all of them in block C. And then they were pretty close to being done in block D. The south parking, that is all 100% in, and it's been backfilled and the liner's in, so that's 100%. They haven't gotten to the north parking, and then the east and west parking, meaning the sides, the lateral sides of the slab. So this next slide is actually the next item, which is that claims and demands item that you saw in June and had a lot of questions about. So in the staff report that you've got, it's got more detail on this, but this is the broad categories. We took the $51 million and we went through and we said, well, what did we spend the money out of that $51 million on? And about $35 million was to RES for construction and development. Remember, there was money spent before that. This started at kind of the end of the first quarter, I think, of 2019, and it went up through the first quarter of 2021. We started grading in 2018, and there was a pile driving, and we've been doing O&M on the site since 2015. And so we have spent more than the 51 million, but this is a 51 million over this 2-year period. 35 million for construction development, about 6.8 million for O&M. That's about 2 years worth of O&M. Legal costs, both Alshon Winder and Greenberg Traurig. This is mostly reimbursed. This is the negotiation of actually the agreements that subject to the reimbursement agreements, some of the insurance programs and some of that work that we've done subject to reimbursement agreements. And a lot of this we get back from the developers. It still shows an expenditure. We don't just not put it on the books. It goes out and then it shows up in revenue in a reimbursement agreement. The regulatory and permitting, somebody had asked, I think at the last meeting, about DTSC, and this was This is mainly DTSC, but it's also AQMD. And I think there's LA County, there's this sanitation district, the sewer, and some other, and also LA County Public Works for, you know, the street improvement plans and utility plans and things like that. So this is all of the different regulators. About 368,000 in utilities. Again, this is about 2 years worth of utilities. The insurance program, this is not obviously not the really big $1 million insurance programs, but it's the DNO, the directors and officers insurance. I think property insurance. I think that's mainly been it over the last couple of years, and then some consulting and some fees and other. So, and then at the end, when we stopped work in 2019, and we were negotiating with CAM to sort of restart work, and they had asked us to go back to TRC, and TRC was our environmental contractor, and say, well, what would it be? What would it be to complete the remedial work in cell 2? So what is what do you need? And so TRC came back to us with kind of a fixed price design, or fixed price contract, kind of not to exceed, and it broke down into 2 categories. One is that the remaining work that had to be rolled into a new contract, and then which was work that was already contracted for, just needed to be finished. And then additional work that had to be rolled into the new contract was about 17 million. So 21 million and 17 million, and about 38 million. And this work included, you can see the items of the grading, obviously the installation of the remedial system improvements, more waste consolidation, and that was actually the big budget buster, but there was still more waste consolidation to do. The completion of the building protection system, which we talked about, survey. One of the things that TRC does is they survey, you have to survey after the pile caps are excavated, they survey the top of the pile, and that work actually still needs to be done. And then the design, the buffer zone, what's called the buffer zone design, and that was if we were only doing cell 2 and we did not have a developer for cell 3, 4, and 5. Remember, I talked earlier about the management approach to phase occupancy, which was the phase development plan. One of the things that requires is that there's a certain minimum distance between the occupied cell, which would have been cell 2, and any unoccupied cell, which was cell, really probably cell 3 and 4, or 1, 3, and 4, or 1, 3, 4, and 5. And so there was the road, Leonardo, comprises most of that buffer because it's about 80 feet wide, and DTSC wanted 100 feet, but there was about 20 feet of liner that we would have had to install on that whole edge. And that's one of the things that we'll have to work with Fairing on. Now, if cell 2 does not come back and is under construction at the time cell 3, 4, and 5 gets developed, now we have the shoes on the other foot. We've got to come up with the cell 2 buffer zone. This slide here, this is a Snyder-Langston work. I talked about that a little bit earlier. And you can see that the total amount of construction work that we've paid, so that includes an unreimbursed amount from CAM, but this is everything that we've paid them, because now we've paid them everything we owe, about 35 million. And under that original contract, it was about 59 million, so there's about another 25 million to go. They had also, down below where it says PCO, that's a potential change order, CRA work, Leonardo and other, they had given us in 2019, when we were getting ready to start constructing the street, a change order for about $21 million. Not a change order. It's called a change order because that's the nature of the contract, but it would have been the estimate of the cost to actually do Leonardo. We have looked at that and we think that their numbers probably closer to 26 million. And then with buffer zones and other remedial work, it's probably more like 32 million, or maybe perhaps a little bit more. And so this is part of our, one of the things we spent a lot of time negotiating with Faring on is an equitable cost share on the construction of Leonardo and all of the other infrastructure on the site. So, and then the note at the bottom, it mentioned that all the piles and silting have been installed, and they had broken the slab into 64 different concrete pours, and they've poured 5 of them. They've got 59 more to go.
JR, can I ask a question on that slide, please?
Yeah.
So where you have the CRA work, Leonardo and other, you have the 21.7, and then you say it's closer to 26. Now, this is in addition to the 38 million that you believe is needed to complete cell 2, or is that included in that?
The 38 was just for remedial work.
Okay, so this is on top of the 38 million.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good times, huh? I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but Danny kind of alluded to it a few minutes ago. But I just want to have this one slide that just kind of highlights the nature of the CAM dispute. And we had a number of extraordinary costs, primarily on the grading, some of the other construction on the remedial systems, and it led to a funding shortfall on our side. And there were some additional master development costs that we had not anticipated. That is stuff like construction of temporary construction roads and things like that we sort of needed to improve the site better than it was, for access to sell to for all of the heavy equipment that was going out there. It wasn't millions of dollars, but it's just an additional cost. Certain costs negotiated into the TRC contract. And that's sort of what we talked about when we had that slide that had all of the different tasks that were sort of outlined there. Just one example is just actually pile cap excavation, which is, you would think it's part of the installation of the pile, but again, because it's kind of working in what we call the dirty dirt, and the nature of that dirt itself kind of led it to be in the TRC contract and not really in the Snyder-Langston contract. There's a kind of long technical explanation on that. I talked about the pile refusal. We had to redo the whole we had to create an amended pile driving plan, with the more augers and stuff like that. Well, the pile driving itself, ended up on the CAM side, but everything took longer. And because we were paying for health and safety and things like that, really on an hourly basis, the fact that everything took longer just cost us more money. And I'll give you an example. The design productivity was that as sort of we went into the pile driving, is that we thought with 3 pile drilling rigs that they would do about 9 piles per rig per day, and they ended up averaging 6 piles per rig per day. So it meant that pile driving just took 1/3 longer, than was anticipated. And again, part of that Snyder Langston had to eat it because of the nature of their guaranteed maximum contract. CAM ate some of the costs that were, really construction related, but there was more cost to us as well.
Can I ask one other question? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Okay, so if hypothetically, if we could say where we are at this point with cell 2, and going forward, we needed to get, let's hypothetically, another developer involved, would we be looking at that developer becoming involved to the tune of at least 64 million? I'm looking at the 38 million and the 26 million.
Well, so part of it, and there's a lot of this we shouldn't talk about sort of in the open, but
right. No, I was just
yeah,
why I was saying hypothetically from a perspective of,
so
I know there are a lot of issues that are still pending, and I'm not talking about
so
that.
let's assume developer X makes it through a negotiation with CAM, and they come to us and say, we're going to build. We're another developer, but we're going to build their project. Because like Danny's point on the piles and all that, the easiest thing to do, and the less rework, the least amount of rework on the site would be to come back, essentially buy their plan and build their project, right?
Right.
Let's assume that for simplicity purpose. Yeah, so there's a certain amount of that 38 million. Now, some of that work, since we estimated the 38 million, has already been done, so that could be lower. And we would likely rebid that, and so it might be lower still.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the number, and I gave you that number because right now that's the number.
Mm-hmm.
But we're hoping that that number is, 8 million or $10 million less than that. But it's still a fairly significant amount of money. Then CAM had part of their agreement was to give us, $10 million for the construction of Leonardo. We still need that. You saw the number there. We still need a contribution. Preferably, it would be higher than $10 million, maybe more like $15 million, for all of the infrastructure costs on the site. So that's probably at least, $35 to $40 million. It may be not, well, and then there's the completion of the Snyder Langston work. You're right. If it was $40 million and the Snyder Langston work is another 25 million, that's a slab. That's really.
Hello. Hi, this is Mayor Lula Holmes calling. How are you?
Good.
Good. Who am I speaking to?
Mayor. I had to mute her.
Oh.
Okay. Anyway, that's 65 million, but okay. That's 65 million. That's really that's really a development cost. So it's not, the 25 million is not an extraordinary cost. It's just building part of the project.
Right, and I understand. I just wanted to say, I was just hypothetically clean slate, same project, same proposal. We would be looking at 60. I say it's 64, but 65 million.
Now that last 25 is not. It's not our. That was never our obligation. That's
right. I understand that.
That would have been CAM's obligation, but that would be something that developer would have to build in there.
Right.
But yeah. So, okay. And then the last thing was trenching and the waste consolidation, and we've talked about that. So these are just a couple of shots of some of the excavation, some of the deeper trenching, and these are the guys installing the liner. I watch these guys. It reminds me of like the rain out at a baseball game when they come out with the big tarp. It's on a big roller. It's like a big toilet paper roller, paper towel roller, and they just roll that thing off a giant forklift with a roller and lay it out there, and then they weld it all together and all that, the liner. Here's some of the trenching. You see some of the really deep trenching that we had to do. Some of this is trenching for the gas system, and some of this is trenching for plumbing. And the trenching was it was not only very deep, and it gets you into having to need geophone blocks and makes your BPS more complicated. it also meant quite a bit more waste had to be consolidated, and we had to find another place on the site to go bury it. And it starts to get up to what they call the limit of constructability, where you have trenches intersect, and again, this is this is landfill material in some cases, and in some cases covered soil and all that. But the quality of the soil is not necessarily great. I mean, this is why you're putting piles in, not necessarily great soil for actually working in. So anyway, so the just a status report. CAM did file a lawsuit against city, CRA, and RES in May of last year. In March, the city and the successor agency were removed from the lawsuit, and the judge also threw out the negligence action against the CRA, and so it's we're down to a contractual dispute. They have a right to appeal, of course, and we are attempting to settle this through mediation. So now the other cells, cells 3, 4, and 5, and cell 1, we've had 3 different solicitations over the years. We did one in 2016. We did another one at the end of 2017, went into 2018 when we selected a developer, and we did another one in 2019. And the fairing proposal from the 2019 has actually gotten further in the entitlement process than any other proposal. I mean, they're ready to be out there with an EIR. We've entered the option agreement and all that. We never got that far with any other developer selected. And I'm going to come back to that in a minute. But this is the installed landfill cap and the GCCS. The area in kind of yellow is where there's installed landfill cap, and except for cell 2 where we've installed, and then that's not shown. And then the red dots are the gas collection system. This is this is a kind of a technical map, a gradient map, but the groundwater extraction system has been 100% operational since 2014. And you see the wells are really at the south and western edge. It's the down gradient. The water tends to flow from the north and from the northeast underneath the site. And the wells are very deep, and they collect that water and they treat it in that system. So back to the fairing capital, selected them in 2020. It was pursuant to the 2019 RFQ process. The option agreement was approved in December 2020, and we're working on right now the development agreement. Development agreement is a city agreement. The option agreement is a CRA agreement. City agreement, development agreement is also actually the entitlement. It's not just an agreement, but it's how the city confers the land use entitlement on the developer. And Danny's working on that, on the option agreement, which is done in the development.
Well, the entitlement is also in the specific plan amendment that we're
in the specific plan amendment as well. Yeah, so they're
and they're going to have to amend the general plan to allow for their proposed use.
Yeah, and so obviously there's a new CEQA analysis and there's a supplemental EIR going right now. So
I'm sorry, is that amending the general plan from a zoning perspective?
We are amending the general plan land use allowances for the site.
Use, okay.
Yeah, but then separately there's the CEQA environmental review, which consists of a supplemental EIR, environmental impact report, not a whole new one, but a supplement to the existing environmental studies that have already been done.
So explain to me why we're doing this specific plan. requires an amendment to the city's general and specific plan?
Well, so there's a specific plan, the District South Bay specific plan that JR outlined earlier, and that governs the development of, it's like tailored zoning for 157 acre site. And so for PA3 right now, it doesn't allow for any of Faring's proposed uses, except for what's called the Carson Country Mart, shown in the bottom right-hand corner, like this sort of park and commercial community amenity area.
The 15 acres?
The 11, it's
11 acres. It's this area here.
Okay.
But so in the specific plan currently, it doesn't allow for these light industrial uses. So we have to amend it to allow for that.
Okay, those things that he's proposing. Okay, just wanted to clarify it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the specific plan. It assumes the PA2, which is cell 2, stays the same as 46 acres, and this is the Faring proposal. So and then PA1 is kind of future development, and it allows for a couple of different land uses. I mean, it was originally, I think, in 2018 when we did it. We anticipated that there'd be we were anticipating residential, and so residential would still be allowed, and it kind of opens the door to other types of uses. I mean, other types of uses were already allowed there, and I think it leaves that door open for other types of uses.
We're not changing anything for PA1 or PA2 really at all. We're just and PA1 can have housing and some commercial uses. It's the changes in the specific plan are mainly around PA3. And the PA is just, PA means planning area. And those
okay, that's my next question. Is PA1 cell 1?
PA1 is cell 1, PA2 is cell 2, PA3 is cells 3, 4, and 5. And those are just designations that have been carried over since the original 2006 Carson Marketplace specific plan.
Okay. So I just have one other question, if I may. Is there any concern for migration of the toxicity that exists in the other cells over to cell 1?
No, it's all captured by the landfill gas collection control systems, the water extraction and treatment systems. There's systems in place to ensure that there won't be any.
Do you mean if they build residential?
Yes.
Yeah. So PA1 cell 1 is the only cell that the DTSC would consider signing off on residential. And there's a couple of reasons for it. One is it's kind of up, it's the panhandle, right? It's sort of kind of tucked away from most of the rest of the site. It's also got 4 public streets. It's surrounded by, Leonardo will be a public street. Remember, we talked about, the nature of the cells, and the street itself is native dirt. And it separates the landfill itself from really the other landfills, the other cells. Stamps Road, which is the eastern edge, also a public street. It's also a street that is on native dirt. And obviously it's got Delamo on the north and Main Street on the west. That's one thing. It's also upwind and up gradient, and the other thing that DTSC would require is, there's an older proposal, I think, that had townhomes on it, on this, and they wouldn't allow, DTSC would not allow a product like townhomes. What they would allow is like what you see, well, like at the Renaissance, right? So at the Renaissance is a podium. So all the living units, there's no living units on the first floor. All the living units are at the second floor and above. Now they have commercial frontage on Avalon and Carson Street. But if you imagine without the commercial, you would just have just like the outlet mall would have been, you'd have a slab with parking, and then above it would be
Open space.
Yeah. And so DTSC just wants that extra, even though there's a building protection system in there, even though there's gas collection system, the groundwater system, really isn't germane to the individual cells, that there's liner and all of that. They want that extra belt and suspenders of having podium. So like a townhome product has what they call private ownership of yards. And so you go out in the backyard in your townhome and decide you're going to plant a tree, and 10 years later the roots of the tree are penetrating through the liner, and you've got a big problem. And then you're watering or you're overwatering, and if there's any sort of problem with the with the liner, you're introducing too much water in. It's a big problem. So a big institutional ownership, the separation of the living units from the slab, they're okay with that. And because all of these cells are going to be subject to what's called an institutional control program, which is like kind of environmental CCNRs, what you can do, what you must do, what you can't do, on the site. And so it's easier to do with with big, like Union South Bay type, living units. So we haven't gotten there yet, but or another non-residential use, could go on that, and you wouldn't have the same level of concern.
So you wouldn't have to be concerned with remediating the soil.
Well, you'd have to do it. You'd have to do exactly the same thing you're doing on cell 2 and cell 3, 4, and 5, right? So so we don't actually remediate any soil, right? All we do is we put piles in to handle the geotechnical problem of building on top of a landfill, and then the gas collection system goes in, and then the liner goes on top of that, and then the building protection system goes on top of the liner.
So cell 1 would have to have the same process happen to it that you did with cell 2?
Yeah, and actually, if we did residential, even though it would be on podium, they'd probably have us do an even more enhanced building protection system than what we have on cell 2. So there'd be even more protections on that.
I'm good.
All right. So this is just another view of the same project, the cell 2 project. Cell 1 is just shown as blank, and then gives a little detail. It's and then this last slide here is actually the Country Mart community gathering space. It's a little bit more detailed. And so this is that corner in the lower right-hand corner. So this is as you would enter from Avalon. Here's the freeway exit. Here's the Taurus lateral. Come over that bridge. Right now there's just a fence there. And then on the left-hand side for about 11 acres is this Country Mart. And that is, it's got a band shell and it's sort of a concert venue and dog parks and child's play parks and cafes, little botanic garden, iconic play area, the bioretention garden, beer garden, games terrace. There's a lot going on there.
Now, John, is there going to be? I mean, you're going to have to, because it looks like the parking is only on the north side of Leonardo. So are you going to have a bridge, or you just take your chances running across the street with cars coming off the freeway there?
No. There's all the parking is internal, and they couldn't use the cell 2 parking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean,
so there's parking there somewhere.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
It doesn't show up really well.
Oh, okay. Because I see the parking on the other side of the street, but I don't see any lines or anything on that side.
I know the graphics are better, but these rectangular, I think these rectangular things are parking areas, I believe.
Yeah.
And then the things with the dots in them with numbers are actual buildings. So you've got parking here, you're parking here, and it's actually a significant amount of parking.
And that's 46 acres, Jill?
This
11
part
or
is
12.
This is about 11 or 12 acres.
What wait a minute.
Okay, let me go back.
Yeah.
All right. So cell 2, this is where the outlet mall is. This is 46 acres.
Okay.
It's sort of the gray area in black and white. The cell 3, 4, and 5 combined is about 84 acres, I think. It's
90. Well, it's 96.
96 gross acres. You take out slopes and things like that, and it's in the high 80s.
For the usable.
Oh, usable. And then this is 11 to 12 acres, and then they've got another linear park here. This is actually part of cell 3.
So the Country Mart, I guess, is only 12 acres.
Yeah.
Right.
And then what's the rest?
This is basically industrial.
Now, are those the actual buildings? I mean, kind of building plots there now, or is that just still imaginary? The 3, 4, and 5 combined, is that the actual building?
These are the actual buildings, right, Dan?
Okay, so those are the buildings.
Yeah, they're proposing those buildings.
Okay, okay.
So 8, that's a lot of acres for warehouse.
Yeah, that's how they're able to pay the $45 million for the as consideration for the site and to install all the remedial systems and piles necessary for the project. All of this is subject to approval. None of it's been approved yet. The city council will need to take action. The environmental documents will need to be issued. The public will need to comment. The agencies will need to comment. This is all actually, you're right, theoretical at this point. Not a different project might ultimately get approved. So this is the proposal that they're presenting, but ultimately it's up to the city council to make a determination.
Yeah, because of the entitlement and the development agreement.
But the CRA approved it and it's going to council
approve the option agreement, yeah.
The option.
Yes.
Okay.
So again, this is a little bit more detail. It's not a great graphic, but a little bit more detail on the Country Mart. And then this is just some of their consultants. This is us and them. So we've got RES. They work for us. Marsh is our insurance broker because we're pulling them into our insurance programs. They're on the list. We had TRC. We haven't updated this. These are their legal counsel. Dave Rand's their land use counsel, and Pam Andy's their environmental counsel. Michael Baker, they are using. We also use them. Leighton, we use them. I think they haven't used them yet. They've used EKI for some of their environmental, and their architects are, I think it's something outside Unlimited, I think, RGA and OJB. And then Rob Webster's their project manager. So this is kind of what Danny's talking about. So they have to do the design and construction of all the remedial systems. So all the stuff that we just spent an hour talking about that we did as part of the CAM project, they have to do it all. They have to design it, they have to pay for it, they have to construct it. they have to do the remedy. So they have to take our remedial action plan and design it and install it on their sites. And then, but you know, there's going to be a just like with cell 2 and ultimately with cell 1, you know, we're gonna end up owning the remedial systems in perpetuity, and so we're still responsible to DTSC, and so we have a role because we're the owner of the subsurface lot, and we're going to own the landfill operations center and be operating that. You know, we sort of have an oversight role in making sure that they do a good job, you know, designing and constructing, you know, the remedial systems on the site pursuant to DTSC. And then on cell 1, right now, and again, this action is on your agenda. We don't have an active developer. We had, as part of the 2017-2018 RFP that we did, we had selected Grapevine. We spent a fair amount of time with them trying to develop a couple of hotels on the site, and this is their site plan with a couple of hotels on cell 1. This never was feasible, and so their option expired. We never got to the environmental document, never got to an approval of a project, and now time has ticked on. And we're now subject to a new state law called the Surplus Lands Act. And that's the resolution that you have in front of you later this afternoon. And the CRA now has to adopt that resolution, start the clock ticking and go through this process, which is prescribed by the state in the law before we select a developer to do something else. And largely that comes, the state has a list of about 200 housing sponsors. And I think we have to notify all the housing sponsors that cell 1 is available. You don't have to, you know, you don't have to make a worse deal for yourself than you would have made, but even so, it's still a process that you have to go through. And that would be for, you know, up to 100% affordable housing. It can be a mix, and it doesn't all have to be affordable, and it doesn't all have to be very low income. I mean, it can be all over the place. Feasibility is going to be an issue for any developer looking at it. We just know that. We've lived this now for 6 years now. And so, but, you know, again, we have to kind of go through this process.
Well, that's the only cell we can put a housing on, isn't it? Cell 1.
Yes, it is. And
that's why under AB 1486 was passed by the governor in 2019 in an attempt to force basically all cities and agencies that own property to make their property available for housing, even if it's not zoned for housing. You'd have to let a developer, an affordable housing developer, have the opportunity to go through the entitlement process if they so choose. But in our case, we have you have exempt land if there are valid legal restrictions in place that make housing prohibited. So like on cells 3, 4, and 5, we don't have to go through this whole Surplus Land Act process with a housing sponsor because DTSC has prohibited any residential development on those cells.
Okay.
So the question I have relative to JR, the feasibility, is the feasibility questionable because of the cost?
Yeah, so just in a nutshell, when we had done the 2016 RFP, we had a proposal from Lincoln Housing, remembers that. We went down and looked at some of their product down in Irvine, which was actually quite nice. And they're really good. They're a really good market rate residential developer. And they had a couple of problems. One, even we knew even then in 2016, we we were not going to have the money to pay for the piles or the remedial system under the slab. And even the cost of the piles, because of the way they'd have to build it, because there's, even though we've got this phase development plan, there's no what they call intracell phasing. You can't have partial cell development. And so if they were going to build, let's say 1,200 units in 3 buildings or in 4 buildings, they'd have to go put all the piles in for all 3 buildings or all 4 buildings, and put the slab down and really button that up, even if they weren't going to build all the buildings all at the beginning. And so that sinks, $30 or $40 million in the ground. And they in these sort of multi-phase developments, they only build 1 building at a time. They'll get partially leased up. They get about halfway leased up in the first building, and they'll start the construction of the second building. But you can do the math. They say that they actually write about 1 lease a day. And so, you get a 400 unit building, it takes about a year to lease up. And so, they're looking at sitting on $40 million for 5 years, and just, the carry on that and all that is really pretty extraordinary. Now, on top of it, if you were an affordable housing developer, even on a completely greenfield site, affordable housing development starts with, you start with a financial negative, because at the end of the day, you're gonna rent units to people at 30 or 40 or 50 or 60% of median income at 30% of their income. So you can't count on, like Evolve across the street's getting $3,500 a month per units. You can't count on $3,500 a month. You're gonna have units at $1,200 a month, $1,400 a month, some at maybe $800 a month, smaller units at deeper subsidy. And so you've got to make that work. So that's why they have low-income housing tax credits and all sorts of other financial programs. But still, there ends up being kind of a major, usually they come to cities, right, for the major kind of gap funding contribution. We no longer really have that kind of money on the housing authority. And then they still have to deal with the subsurface. And so Grapevine spent about a year thinking that they were going to go up to the governor and get $40 million housing, right? And we're like, so what kind of housing? It's for affordable. And I said, James, the $40 million is going to cover your feasibility gap just on the affordability. It does nothing for your subsurface. And it turned out to be true. And so, look, we have to go through the process. It's a state law.
Right.
And we'll see, maybe the state seems to have a lot of money sloshing around in their pocket. Maybe they'd come up with something for somebody, to come do a significant project on the site. I don't know. Yes.
On that same site, with us going through the surplus process, isn't there a timeline that we have to do something with this property through TTSC? Wasn't there somewhere we end up having to cap something off at certain time?
Well, we're relying on the sort of good faith and goodwill and good humor of DTSC, right? There's not a, well, let me take that back. There's 2 things. One is DTSC. The DTSC tomorrow could say, you know what, you guys are, just go cap it. And we'd have to spend a lot of time with them saying, no, we're in this development process and all that. If we had no prospects for cell 1 and we went to them and said, we don't have any idea what we're going to do, they'd probably say, we want you to cap it. There's not a time on that, but that's, it's kind of a, as long as our O&M is good, our testing levels, we're not jeopardizing human health. There's a lot of things that sort of go into that decision.
Yeah, O&M is diminishing though. You know, it's just.
Well,
at some point, money's going to run out of time.
Yes, right. And I keep saying that. Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay.
So there's that. But the other thing you may be thinking of is we'd always talked about this contractor pollution liability policy, right? And that's the policy that we acquired in 2017, the end of 2016, early 2017. They gave us until the end of 2022 to be out there being insured, having contractors insured, actually working in the contaminated dirt. And we said that was a one-off. We went out to bid on that, and there was only one company in the world that bid on that. It was Tokyo Marine, and we had to pay them a lot of money for that. And they said, don't come back to us and renew it because it was the whole treaty thing and the way the insurance was. So we'd always operated on, we've got till the end of 2022.
And that's
now,
real soon.
It is very soon. And so now it looks like they may be open to reconsidering a little, some additional years on less favorable terms and probably at a considerable cost. But we're gonna have to renew that. But if we've got fairing in the deal, for example, a significant part of that would be theirs. So if we've got a sell one developer in the deal at that time we go to renew, they pay a pro rata. Our cost might be quite small. We probably, and again, particularly if we had a sell to developer, either CAM back or another developer, then our cost would, be 10% of the overall cost because we participated out among the different developers.
Okay, what's next on this one?
I think that was it. That was my last slide. So let me stop and share.
So, board members, that was a thorough presentation. Gerald, could we have a copy of that?
Yes.
Yes, give us all a little copy in our little notebooks.
I'll do that.
Don't give me another notebook.
No, I want you to have that to go inside. The notebooks can be turned back in, folks. You don't keep them and keep stockpiling them.
Yeah.
You bring them back in and give them to staff.
Would it be easier? Would it be easier not to give them to us anymore?
Yes.
Notebooks.
Keep one, and then they'll send it out to you, JR, in an envelope. I like mine in a notebook. So, JR, in the future for the board members, just send theirs the way you normally do because now they have a notebook.
Right.
Okay.
Now we got two.
Okay, but the councilman and I need ours in a notebook because we turn them back in. So, yeah, that was a nice, thorough presentation.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can I ask one final question, JR? Just one final question. Hypothetical. I'm into the hypothetical today. So, in a good situation, we got cell 2 being developed. We've got 3, 4, and 5 being developed. We can't find any developer for cell 1. But all the other cells are being developed, everything has been done, et cetera, et cetera. Can cell 1 be just open land? Would that be allowed by the DTSC?
Yeah,
with some level of beautification. You understand what I'm saying?
You'd still have to what they call button it up. You'd still have to put liner.
Okay, so it still has to have that sub.
It can't be an unclosed landfill.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And just for clarification, all the talk about hotels, convention centers, all that stuff is gone. Is that correct?
No, it's not entirely gone.
Where are we going?
99% gone.
I was gonna say, where you gonna put it? Don't keep giving us that hope. If hope is not alive. We might as well just be on the real, So cell 1 is the only thing left, and the way you're talking about the numbers doesn't sound like a hotel would be feasible maybe there anyway. So
cell 1 is at cell 1 we have to offer to all these low-income housing developers first. So
all the when people come up to me talking about when we gonna get the convention center that they told us about and the hotels and all the other stuff. That's pretty much off the table because of the way the because of the use of the land, and 3, 4, and 5 are gone, and 2 is we're trying to put something there that we can, that's compatible with what we kind of have already.
Nothing's ever off the table.
Yeah.
Well,
you keep on throwing that hope out there
until they take the table away. I mean,
okay, we need to get on because we've been on this an hour and a half, guys and ladies.
Okay.
So this was a receiving file. JR, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We took a long time on it. The next item on this agenda is item number 5. Consider a follow-up report on claims and demands of the Carson Reclamation Joint Powers Authority and consider resolution number 2104 CRJPA, a resolution of the Carson Reclamation Authority ratifying claims and demands in the amount of over 51. $559,562.10.
I'll pay the 10 cents. No, I'm kidding.
Executive Director.
So, Madam Chair, so we talked about this briefly during the presentation, but this is the same resolution 21-04 CRJPA that came to you in June. The board did have a lot of questions about it. Went back through the list of claims and demands, created a spreadsheet that sort of breaks it out. It really tracks a lot of the narrative in the staff report and tracks the same narrative that was in the budget that was adopted in June, because as you can see now, that the vendors and the expenses don't really change a lot from month to month and year to year. And then the slide in the presentation kind of breaks it down, and that significant amount of that was for the development and construction. 6.8 million, I think, was for O&M, and then there's legal, insurance, utilities, and some of the other things. So, be happy to answer any other questions.
I have one question, just for clarification. So the 51.6, let's say, million, that is an amount that has already been paid out over the time frame based on the spreadsheet that you provided, right?
That's correct, yeah.
And so we're just ratifying it at this point, but it has already been paid.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, and I have a question. The last entry for the Bank of New York, because it just started last year, what was that for?
Those are bank fees with BNY is who we had accounts set up with for the wires, and there was a fee, it was a bank fee.
So it was about $2,000 every few months or so.
Yeah. At one time we had, I think, 6 different accounts, and we've consolidated accounts over the last couple of years. Not they refer to like different purposes, but as the money's gotten spent down, it's been less necessary to do that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I make a motion.
Thank you.
I'm rolling with you now.
Way further.
Yes.
Roll with me,
Waive
girl.
further reading and approve resolution number 21-04-CRJPA, a resolution of the Carson Reclamation Authority ratifying claims and demands in the amount of $51,559,562.10.
Second.
All in favor signify by, it has been moved and properly second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Deputy John Carroll, Chief Deputy.
Madam Mayor, the motion was adopted unanimously.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The last item on the agenda is item number 6, to consider resolution number 2110 CRJPA, a resolution of the Carson Reclamation Authority to declare certain real property located at 20400 South Main Street in the city of Carson, California, to be surplus and or exempt under the Surplus Land Act.
Madam Chair, if there are no questions.
JR, did you have a report, or we already discussed it?
We already really pretty much discussed it. And
Surplus Land Act. Any questions from my board members? Any questions? Member Ray Aldridge, none? It's okay.
It was explained
I'm good.
clearly.
I'm good.
Okay, he explained it pretty thoroughly.
Yeah,
Yes, so
he did.
Madam Chair, I move that we waive further reading and approve resolution number 21-10-CRJPA, a resolution of the Carson Reclamation Authority to declare certain real property located at 20400 South Main Street in the city of Carson, California, to be surplus and or exempt under the Surplus Land Act.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Deputy City Clerk.
Madam Mayor, the motion was adopted by unanimous vote.
Thank you very much. We don't have any oral communications from the public, any oral communication from our members.
I'd like to say thank you for that review, JR.
Yeah.
It brought it all together. Appreciate that. I also noticed that our city clerk took care of closing out the one account that had been lingering. Happy about that. And don't give me any more notebooks, and I'm happy about that.
Okay. I'd also like to thank you, but I would like to request again the glossary. I remember back a couple years ago, we made a glossary that kind of gave us some of the initial terms, that kind of explains some of that.
Acronyms.
The acronyms and initials that are used. So if we have that, is that posted somewhere, JR? Because I remember getting it years back.
Yeah, I've got it.
But I think the new members could use it, and I could also use a refresher update.
We'll get that to you.
Okay, because I wasn't sure, what does D&O mean? Because I couldn't.
Director and officers insurance.
Insurance. Okay, I saw it was the insurance that would cover us, but I wasn't sure what D&O meant. Okay.
I actually made my own glossary, but you can do it, JR.
JR, included as a receiving file in our next agenda, so we'll all have it.
We'll do that. Yeah.
Vice Chair Hicks.
Just want to say, Madam, Chair, thank you for moving the meeting along so we can go.
And Danny, I didn't say hello to you, but thank you for being here. Alshire, thank you so much. Your information sharing was great. Chairperson Lillian, Member Lillian. Hi to you too. Okay, well, we don't have anything to discuss, so this meeting, I move for adjournment of the meeting.
Thank you.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
All in favor? I know you are. This meeting is adjourned. We didn't need to vote on it. Thank you so much. Thank you, JR.
Good
night,
well, that short pencil you have is doing pretty good. I like it.
Now we have it on file. We have information.
Yes, we have it. Thank you so much.
On paper, right? Yeah. Okay.
Bye.
Sharon, enjoy your vacation, Sharon.
Thank
when
you.
are you leaving?
Yes.
Wednesday.
We are live.
Well, good afternoon, my Carson family. Today is August 3rd, and we're calling you together to order the meeting of Carson City Council, Successor Agency, and Housing Authority. Pursuant to Governor Government's new summary, second order number 2920, this meeting is being conducted by teleconference. You may view the meeting live streamed via the city's website or cable channel 35 and 99. Mr. Senior Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Madam Mayor Davis Holmes,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Deere,
Present.
Councilmember Hilton,
Present.
Councilmember Hicks.
Present.
Madam Mayor, a quorum is present.
Thank you so much. We'll have a flag salute by Councilman Hilton, please.
Flag salute by me.
Yes.
Okay. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hilton. We're honored to have Pastor Thomas Alexander from Carson Christian Outreach Church for the invocation tonight. Pastor, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
My pleasure.
Hello, Pastor. How are you? Great to see you again.
Great to see you, sir.
My regards to your wife as well, please.
All right, thank you. If you're ready for the invocation, I will proceed.
Yes.
Our gracious Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for another meeting of the council, Lord. We thank you. This is a prayer of thanksgiving because you brought us through so much. We've seen a worldwide pandemic. You've shown us what it could have been, and you brought us through. Thank you for protecting our families and our loved ones and our cities. Now, Lord, as we go forward, we're thinking about government and the challenges of government today. Our Constitution told us the purposes of government are to establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and generations to follow. Lord, we know there are great challenges in all of these areas, and we need your help. When Solomon became king and you asked him what he wanted, he said, Lord, give me a wise and understanding heart. And we pray for our council persons and all those involved in government and direction of the city, that you would give us an understanding heart. In our prayer today, Lord, we are especially remembering Joshua Reese and the fact that he experienced cardiac arrest today. We know that you are a healer of all of our situations, and we commit that to you. We lift him up. Bless everything that will be said and done in our meeting today, that everything will be for your glory. It is in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor, for that wonderful invocation.
Thank you, Pastor.
I look forward to seeing you in the very near future.
God bless you. Thank you so much. God bless you, everybody.
Thank you. Closed session 2 through 4. Ms. Deputy Clerk, or is there any public comment on the closed session item?
Madam Mayor, we have no comments for the closed session items.
Madam City Attorney, could you report on closed session items, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A closed session will be held pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 with City Manager Sharon Landers and Ms. Mosley, Director of Human Resources, regarding labor negotiations with AIM CPSA affiliated with SEIU Local 721, AFSCME 1017, and AFSCME Local 809. Another closed session will be held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E1 because there is significant exposure to litigation in 3 cases. That concludes my report.
We're getting a lot of feedback from somewhere. Do you guys hear it? Or is it me?
I hear it.
You can hear it?
Yeah.
It was Sunny's phone. I'm trying to mute it on this end or filter it.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry. Oh.
Madam City Attorney, you think these items will be finished by 6 o'clock?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so we should be back before 6 o'clock. We'll adjourn, recess into closed session until the items are finished, hopefully before 6 o'clock. Let's adjourn to closed session, recess to closed session, I'm sorry.
Okay, see you in